Chapter 1. The Whisper of the Dunes. The wind, they say, carries the voices of the forgotten. In the endless expanse of the Asmer, where the sun bleeds the sky crimson and gold, the wind whispers secrets only the sands understand. I, Kalen, understand them too, perhaps too well. For I am bound to this desolate land, a keeper of a burden I never asked for, a weaver of destinies I can barely comprehend. I live in the oasis of Zerzura, a shimmering jewel swallowed by the unforgiving desert. Its existence is a miracle, a testament to the ancient pact between our ancestors and the Jinn of the Sands. The spring that feeds our lifeblood is said to be blessed, imbued with the essence of a benevolent spirit. But miracles, I have learned, always come with a price. My home is a simple structure of sun-baked clay, nestled against the towering palms that guard the oasis edge. Within its walls, I tend to my looms, intricate machines crafted from the bones of desert beasts and the silk spun by sand spiders. These are not ordinary looms. They are instruments of prophecy, capable of weaving tapestries that reveal glimpses of the future, warnings of impending doom, and promises of salvation. My mother, Zilla, taught me the art of weaving. She was a woman of immense power, her eyes the color of the twilight sky, her hands nimble and sure. She could coax secrets from the loom that remained hidden from even the most seasoned seers. But the burden of her gift weighed heavily upon her. I remember the lines etched deep into her face, the constant tremor in her hands, the haunted look in her eyes that mirrored the vast emptiness of the desert. "The future is a fickle mistress, Kalen," she would say, her voice raspy with the dust of the Asmer. "She offers glimpses, but she rarely reveals the whole truth. And what we see we cannot always change. We are but weavers, not masters of fate." Zilla passed away during the last sandstorm of the season, a tempest of biblical proportions that swallowed half the oasis in its fury. I watched, helpless, as her frail body succumbed to the fever that raged within her. Her last words were a warning, a prophecy whispered against the roar of the wind. The serpent stirs, the balance shifts, the weaver must be ready. Since then I have taken up her mantle, the sole weaver of Zerzura, the guardian of its fragile destiny. The looms are my constant companions, their rhythmic clatter a lullaby in the silence of the desert nights. I spend hours poring over the intricate patterns, deciphering the symbols, seeking guidance from the threads of fate. But the future, as my mother warned, remains elusive. The tapestries I weave are fragmented, cryptic, filled with images that both terrify and inspire. I see glimpses of a darkened sun, a poisoned spring, a city consumed by flames. I see a figure cloaked in shadows, his face obscured by the swirling sands, his hand outstretched in a gesture of both offering and threat. And I see a young woman, her eyes filled with a fierce determination, her hands wielding a blade of shimmering light. Who is this woman? Is she the savior of Zerzura, the one destined to vanquish the darkness that threatens to engulf us? Or is she merely another thread in the tapestry of fate, destined to be broken and discarded? These are the questions that haunt my waking hours, that fuel my sleepless nights. I am but a weaver, not a master of fate. But I am also the guardian of Zerzura, and I will not stand idly by while the darkness closes in. I will use my gift to protect my people, to unravel the mysteries of the future, to find the woman in the tapestry and guide her towards her destiny. The days in Zerzura are long and arduous. The sun beats down mercilessly, scorching the earth and draining the strength from our bodies. We toil in the fields, cultivating the meager crops that sustain us. We draw water from the spring, rationing every drop. We mend our homes, reinforce our defenses, prepare for the inevitable return of the sandstorms. But even in the face of hardship, the people of Zerzura hold on to hope. They are a resilient folk, hardened by the harshness of the desert, united by their faith in the Jinn and their devotion to their community. They sing songs of the ancestors, tell stories of the oasis's founding, celebrate the simple joys of life. Among them is a young man named Malik. He is a hunter, skilled in tracking desert beasts and navigating the treacherous dunes. He is also my closest friend, the only person I trust with the secrets of the looms. Malik understands the burden I carry, the weight of responsibility that rests upon my shoulders. He offers me counsel, support, and a much-needed distraction from the constant anxieties that plague me. "Do not let the future consume you, Kaelin," he says, his voice gentle but firm. "You cannot control what is to come. You can only prepare for it. Live in the present, cherish the moments you have, and trust that the Jinn will guide us." His words offer a temporary solace, but the images from the tapestries continue to haunt me. The darkened sun, the poisoned spring, the city consumed by flames. These are not mere visions. They are warnings, omens of a terrible fate that awaits us. And then there is the figure cloaked in shadows, the one who holds the key to our salvation or our destruction. I have seen him in my dreams, felt his presence in the whispers of the wind. He is a powerful force, a being of immense power and unfathomable motives. I have tried to unravel his identity, to decipher his purpose, but the looms offer no clear answers. He remains shrouded in mystery, a phantom lurking on the fringes of the future. The tapestries also show the young woman with the blade of shimmering light. She appears in different forms, in different settings, each time wielding her weapon with unwavering resolve. Sometimes she is a warrior, leading an army against a horde of monstrous creatures. Sometimes she is a healer, using her blade to mend wounds and cure diseases. Sometimes she is a judge, delivering swift and merciless justice. But who is she? Where does she come from? And what role will she play in the fate of Zerzura? I have searched the oasis for any sign of her, any clue that might lead me to her. But she remains elusive, a ghost in the tapestry, a whisper in the wind. One evening, as the sun dips below the horizon and the sands turn a deep shade of purple, I am drawn to the looms by an irresistible force. The air crackles with energy. The threads vibrate with an unearthly hum. I sit before the loom, my hands trembling, my heart pounding in my chest. The tapestry that begins to emerge is unlike anything I have ever seen. It is a swirling vortex of colors, a chaotic dance of light and shadow. I see images of the past, present, and future colliding, merging, dissolving into one another. And then in the center of the vortex, I see her, the young woman with the blade of shimmering light. She is standing on a precipice, overlooking a vast and desolate landscape. Her eyes are filled with a mixture of fear and determination. Her blade is raised, ready to strike. As I gaze upon her image, a voice whispers in my mind, a voice that is both familiar and foreign. She is the key, the voice says. She is the one who will decide the fate of Zerzura. Find her, Kaelin, guide her, protect her, for she is the only hope we have. The voice fades away, leaving me trembling and breathless. I stare at the tapestry, my mind reeling with the implications of what I have just witnessed. The young woman with the blade of shimmering light, she is the key. I must find her, I must guide her, I must protect her. But where do I even begin? The Asmer is a vast and unforgiving desert. Finding one person in its endless expanse seems like an impossible task. And yet I cannot give up. The fate of Zerzura depends on it. I rise from the loom, my resolve strengthened. I will leave Zerzura in the morning. I will venture into the desert, seeking the young woman in the tapestry. I will follow the whispers of the wind, the guidance of the djinn, the hope that flickers within my heart. I will become a seeker, a guide, a protector. I will become the weaver of shifting sands. Before leaving, I called on Malik to come to my home to explain my intent. He arrived quickly, his face etched with concern. He must have sensed the urgency in my summons. Kaelin, what is it? What has happened? He asked, his voice filled with apprehension. I led him to the loom, where the tapestry of the young woman still shimmered with an unearthly light. I explained to him everything that I had seen, everything that I had heard. I told him about the darkened sun, the poisoned spring, the city consumed by flames. I told him about the figure cloaked in shadows, the one who held the key to our salvation or our destruction. And I told him about the young woman with the blade of shimmering light, the one who was destined to decide the fate of Zerzura. Malik listened intently, his eyes wide with disbelief and awe. He knew of my gift, of the power of the looms, but he had never witnessed anything like this before. You must find her, Kaelin, he said, his voice filled with conviction. If what you say is true, then she is the only hope we have. I know, I replied. I will leave Zerzura in the morning. I will venture into the desert, seeking her out. Malik's face clouded with concern. The desert is a dangerous place, Kaelin, especially now. The sandstorms have been more frequent, the beasts more aggressive, and there are rumors of bandits lurking in the dunes, preying on travelers. I know the risks, I said, but I cannot stay here and wait for the darkness to engulf us. I must act. I must try to save Zerzura. Malik sighed. He knew that he could not dissuade me. My mind was made up. Then I will go with you, he said, his voice resolute. I will not let you face the dangers of the desert alone. I looked at him, my heart filled with gratitude. Thank you, Malik. Your friendship means more to me than you know. We are brothers, Kaelin, he said, clapping me on the shoulder. We will face this together. We spent the rest of the night preparing for our journey. We gathered supplies, packed our weapons, and made arrangements for the care of my home and the looms. We informed the elders of Zerzura of our intentions, telling them only that we were embarking on a pilgrimage to seek guidance from the djinn. We did not want to alarm them with the full extent of the danger that threatened us. As the first rays of dawn kissed the horizon, we stood at the edge of the oasis, ready to depart. I turned back to look at Zerzura, my heart aching with a mixture of love and fear. This was my home, the place where I had spent my entire life. I did not know if I would ever see it again. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for the journey ahead. The desert beckoned, its mysteries calling to me. "Let us go," I said to Malik, my voice filled with determination. "The future awaits us." And with that, we turned our backs on Zerzura and ventured into the vast and unforgiving expanse of the Asma. The weaver of shifting sands had begun her quest. Chapter 2: The Shifting Sands and Whispers of Doubt. The Asma swallowed us whole. From the moment we left the verdant sanctuary of Zerzura, the desert became our world, a canvas of shifting sands, painted in hues of ochre and gold, punctuated by the relentless azure sky. The sun, a merciless eye in the heavens, beat down upon us, turning the air thick with heat and the very sand beneath our feet into a furnace. Malik, seasoned hunter that he was, set the pace, his eyes constantly scanning the horizon, his senses attuned to the slightest tremor in the dunes. Our journey began with a single, desperate question echoing in my mind. Where do we even begin? The tapestry had offered only glimpses, fragments of a future, not a clear path. I felt a profound sense of helplessness, a stark contrast to the seemingly endless possibilities of the Asma. Each ripple in the sand, each distant mirage, seemed to mock my inability to grasp the threads of destiny. The first days were a test of endurance. We rationed our water carefully, the precious liquid growing warm and stale in our skin flasks. We walked for hours, the silence broken only by the crunch of sand beneath our boots and the relentless whisper of the wind. The nights were a respite, the desert transforming into a landscape of ethereal beauty under the watchful gaze of countless stars. We would share meager meals of dried meat and dates, our voices hushed as we spoke of Zerzura, of our families, and of the uncertain future. Doubt, a venomous serpent, began to coil in the depths of my mind. Was this all a delusion? Was I chasing a phantom, a figment of my overactive imagination? Had my mother's gift cursed me, forcing me to see a future I was powerless to change? I confided in Malik, laying bare my fears, my insecurities. "The looms are fickle things, Kaelin," I confessed, my voice barely above a whisper, as we huddled around a small fire under the vast, starlit canopy. "They show you possibilities, but they rarely give you certainty. What if I'm wrong? What if the young woman doesn't even exist? What if we are sacrificing ourselves for nothing?" Malik listened patiently, his gaze steady and reassuring. He knew the torment I was enduring. "You have a gift, Kaelin," he replied, his voice filled with gentle strength. "A burden, yes, but also a gift. You have seen something that others cannot. You have felt the call of destiny. Even if the path is unclear, you must follow it. To abandon your quest now would be to betray your gift, to betray Zerzura." His words offered a measure of comfort, but the doubts lingered. I knew that I could not let fear dictate my actions, but it was difficult to shake the feeling that I was embarking on a fool's errand. Then, on the 5th day, we found it, a trace, a flicker of connection to the tapestry. As we were crossing a particularly desolate stretch of dunes, Malik suddenly stopped, his hand raised in a gesture of caution. "Kalen, do you hear that?" he whispered, his eyes fixed on the horizon. I listened intently. At first, I heard nothing but the familiar whisper of the wind. But then, faintly, almost imperceptibly, I heard it too, a melody, a haunting, ethereal song carried on the desert breeze. It was unlike anything I had ever heard before, a blend of sorrow and hope, of longing and defiance. It's the song from the tapestry," I breathed, my heart pounding in my chest. "The song of the young woman." We followed the sound, our pace quickening with a renewed sense of purpose. The melody grew stronger, guiding us across the undulating dunes. After hours of tireless searching, we came upon a narrow canyon, its walls carved with intricate patterns by the wind and the relentless sun. The song seemed to be emanating from within. We entered the canyon cautiously, our weapons drawn. The air grew cooler, and the walls seemed to resonate with the music. As we ventured deeper, we found a small, hidden chamber, bathed in an eerie green light. And there, in the center of the chamber, was the source of the song, a shimmering pool of water, reflecting the patterns on the canyon walls. And hovering above the pool, suspended in midair, was an image, a projection of the young woman from the tapestry. She was clad in leather armor, her face etched with a mixture of weariness and determination. Her blade of shimmering light was held at her side, its surface catching the green light and casting dancing shadows on the walls. She was not facing us, but rather gazing at the pool, her expression somber, almost mournful. The song intensified as we approached, weaving its haunting melody around us. I felt a strange sense of connection to the woman, a feeling of recognition, as if I had known her for an eternity. "She is here," I whispered to Malik, my voice filled with awe. "She is real." We stood in silence for a moment, watching the image, mesmerized by its ethereal beauty. Then the image flickered and the young woman turned to face us. Her eyes, the same shade of twilight sky as those in my mother's memory, met mine. For a moment, time seemed to stop. The song faded, the light dimmed, and the world narrowed to this single, pivotal point. I felt as if the very fabric of reality was shifting around us. Then the image of the young woman spoke, her voice resonating with the same haunting melody as the song. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice filled with a sense of urgency. "And why have you come?" I hesitated, unsure how to respond. I had spent weeks preparing for this moment, yet now that it was upon me, my mind was blank. I fumbled for words, trying to explain my role as the weaver, the prophecies, the looming darkness, the threat to Zerzura. Malik, sensing my hesitation, stepped forward. "We are from Zerzura," he said, his voice calm and steady. "We have seen the visions. We know of the darkness that threatens your world. We have come to help." The young woman's expression softened slightly. "Zerzura, the oasis of the Jinn. I have heard tales of your people, but how did you find me?" I stepped forward. "I am Kalen the Weaver," I said, finally finding my voice. "I weave the tapestries of fate, your image, your song. It led us here." I explained everything. The looms, the visions, the darkened sun, the city consumed by flames, the figure in the shadows. I told her of the poisoned spring, the serpent, the balance shifting, the need for her to act. The young woman listened intently, her eyes never leaving mine. When I was finished, she was silent for a long moment. Finally, she spoke. "I am Lyra," she said, "and you speak of truths that I have long suspected, yet dared not believe. I am the last of the sun weavers, protectors of the sun's energy, the balance of light, the harmony of the world. The serpent, known to my people as Nyx, has awakened and begun to poison the land, draining its life force. It seeks to plunge the world into perpetual darkness." "We saw the darkness," I said. "We saw the city consumed by flames. We saw the poisoned spring. And we know that if you are to be defeated, the balance must be restored. We are willing to help, to do whatever is needed to save you and the world." Lyra nodded, her gaze hardening with renewed determination. "I have been searching for the Sunstone, the ancient artifact that will allow me to confront Nyx. I believe that if you help me find it, we will have a chance to restore balance to the world." She described the Sunstone, how its light could purify the corrupted land, how it would be the only weapon capable of defeating Nyx. She told us of its location, a hidden shrine deep within the Shadowlands, a region plagued by the very darkness Nyx was spreading. It would be a treacherous journey, fraught with danger. "You must be warned," Lyra said, her voice somber. "The Shadowlands are a perilous place. They are filled with creatures born of darkness, with illusions that can shatter your mind and with traps that can destroy your body. Many have sought the Sunstone before, and none have returned." Doubt once again began to creep into my mind. Was I leading us to our doom? Was this quest truly worth the risk? But then I looked at Lyra, at the unwavering determination in her eyes, at the burden she carried. I saw a reflection of my own unwavering resolve, my own commitment to Zerzura. "We are not afraid," I said, my voice echoing with a newfound strength. "We will face whatever dangers await us. We will find the Sunstone and we will restore the balance." Lyra smiled, a rare and beautiful sight. "Then let us begin," she said. "The Shadowlands await." Before leaving the chamber, Lyra shared some of her powers with me. She showed me how to channel the remaining rays of light of the sun and use it against the darkness. She also gave me a stone which was imbued with a fraction of her power. It would give me a temporary shield against any attack, no matter how strong it was. We stepped outside the chamber and were immediately confronted by the harsh reality of the asthma. We had been sheltered for too long in the canyon. The sun beat down mercilessly, scorching the sand. But as we turned our backs on the chamber and prepared to leave, a new fear settled in my heart. We had found Lyra, the key to the future, but were we strong enough to protect her? "The Shadowlands await," I repeated, my voice filled with a mixture of hope and dread. "And we are ready." We left the canyon and prepared for the journey. As we walked through the desert, I reflected on my experiences and the things I learned since leaving Zerzura. The desert was a dangerous place, but also a beautiful one. The shifting sands, the endless sky, the stars at night, the songs of the wind, all of them reminded me of my home, but everything felt different now. I was no longer just the weaver of shifting sands. I was the protector of Lyra. I was also the only key to the world's survival. I thought about the city that was in flames in my visions. I also remembered the darkened sun and the poisoned spring. I was the only one who knew about it, and that was a huge burden. Malik walked beside me, his face stoic but his eyes filled with concern. He knew what I was thinking. He knew the fears that gnawed at my mind. "We will get through this, Kylan," he said, placing a hand on my shoulder. "We are together in this. We will face the Shadowlands and we will do whatever it takes." I smiled at him, grateful for his unwavering support. I looked at Lyra and she returned my look with a smile, one that was filled with a sense of strength and gratitude. The days that followed were a blur of travel and preparation. Lyra taught us how to navigate the shifting sands, how to conserve our water, how to identify the dangers that lurked in the desert. She also taught us about the Shadowlands, about the creatures that dwelled there, the illusions that could trick our minds, and the traps that could destroy our bodies. We gathered supplies, including dried meat, dates, water skins, and sand-proof cloaks. We sharpened our weapons, practiced our combat skills, and prepared ourselves mentally and emotionally for the challenges ahead. As we journeyed deeper into the desert, the landscape began to change. The sand became a darker color, and the air grew heavy with a sense of foreboding. The whispers of the wind carried the voices of unseen creatures, and the shadows seemed to lengthen and deepen. The whispers of doubt grew louder, echoing in the silence of the desert nights. I began to question my abilities, my strength, my sanity. Was I truly worthy of this task? Was I strong enough to protect Lyra? Was I destined to fail? I turned to Lyra, seeking reassurance. "Are we doing the right thing?" I asked. "Is this the path we should be following?" Lyra looked at me, her eyes filled with compassion. "The path is never clear, Kaelin," she said. "There will always be doubts, always be fears, but you must trust your instincts. You must trust the visions that guide you. You must trust in me." Her words gave me strength. I knew that she was right. I had to trust in myself, in my gift, in my friends. I could not allow the whispers of doubt to consume me. I had to remain strong. As we drew closer to the Shadowlands, the signs of Nyx's influence became more evident. The once vibrant landscape grew desolate, and the sky was overcast with a perpetual twilight. The air grew thick with a strange, acrid odor, and the sounds of the desert were replaced by a cacophony of unsettling whispers. The Shadowlands. We were almost there. The darkness loomed. Chapter 3. The Veil of Shadows. The Shadowlands greeted us not with a roar, but with a chilling silence. The transition was stark, abrupt. One moment we were traversing the familiar dunes, albeit tainted with encroaching darkness. The next, we stood at the edge of a landscape ripped from a nightmare. The sand, once golden, was now a sickly gray, almost black in places. Twisted, skeletal trees clawed at the perpetually twilight sky, their branches adorned with what looked like petrified fruit. The air hung heavy, thick with a cloying, metallic scent that stung the nostrils and tasted of decay. The sun, once a constant tormentor, was now completely obscured, hidden behind a veil of thick, swirling clouds that seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy. The familiar whispers of the desert wind were replaced by a chorus of disembodied voices, murmuring unintelligible words that sent shivers down my spine. It was as if the very air was alive with malevolent intent. Lyra paused at the edge of the Shadowlands, her face grim. She closed her eyes for a moment, drawing a deep breath, and then opened them again, her gaze resolute. "This is it," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "The veil is thin here. Nyx's influence is strong. We must be vigilant." She drew her blade, the shimmering light cutting through the oppressive darkness like a beacon. The light seemed to push back the shadows, creating a small sphere of safety around us. "Stay close," she warned. "Do not stray from the light. The shadows here can play tricks on your mind. They can show you things that are not real, and they can lead you astray." We entered the Shadowlands cautiously, Lyra leading the way. The ground crunched beneath our feet, a sound that seemed amplified in the unnatural silence. The twisted trees loomed over us like grotesque sentinels, their branches casting long, distorted shadows that danced and writhed in our peripheral vision. I felt a growing sense of unease, a feeling that we were being watched, that unseen eyes were following our every move. The whispers of doubt returned, stronger than ever before, amplified by the oppressive atmosphere of the Shadowlands. "Are you sure about this, Lyra?" I asked, my voice trembling slightly. "Is the Sunstone really worth this? Are we strong enough to face what lies ahead?" Lyra stopped and turned to face me, her expression serious. "I understand your fear, Kaelin," she said, "but we cannot turn back now. The fate of the world depends on us. And yes, I believe that we are strong enough. We have each other, and we have the will to fight." Her words helped to steady my nerves, but the feeling of unease persisted. We continued our journey, deeper and deeper into the heart of the Shadowlands. As we ventured further, the environment grew increasingly hostile. The gray sand turned into a mire of black sludge, and the twisted trees became even more grotesque, their branches adorned with what now appeared to be the desiccated corpses of animals. The air grew thicker, more oppressive, and the chorus of disembodied voices grew louder, more insistent. We began to encounter the creatures of the Shadowlands, grotesque beings formed from shadow and despair. They were twisted parodies of living things, their forms shifting and changing, their eyes burning with malevolent intent. They attacked us with a ferocity born of desperation, their claws and teeth tearing at our flesh, their voices hissing curses that chilled us to the bone. Lyra fought with the grace and skill of a seasoned warrior, her blade a whirlwind of shimmering light that cut through the shadows and banished the creatures back to the darkness from whence they came. I, too, wielded my staff, channeling the light Lyra bestowed upon me to create bolts of pure energy that incinerated the creatures before they could reach us. Malik fought with his own strength and skill, dispatching creatures with his sand-hardened fists and the crude weapons he had fashioned from the bones of desert beasts. The battles were exhausting, both physically and mentally. Each creature we defeated seemed to sap our strength and chip away at our resolve. The constant darkness, the oppressive atmosphere, the chorus of disembodied voices, it all took its toll. We pressed on, driven by the unwavering belief that the Sunstone lay ahead, that it was our only hope. Then we encountered the illusions. The shadows began to play tricks on our minds, showing us visions of our deepest fears, our greatest regrets. I saw my mother, Zilla, lying on her deathbed, her eyes filled with accusation. "You failed me, Kaelin," she whispered. "You were not strong enough to protect me. You were not worthy of the gift." Malik saw his family, their faces gaunt and starved, their eyes pleading for help. "You abandoned us, Malik," they cried. "You left us to die. You are a coward." Lyra saw her homeland, once a vibrant and prosperous kingdom, now reduced to ruins, its people enslaved by Nyx. "You failed them, Lyra," they groaned. "You were their protector and you allowed them to be destroyed. You are a failure." The illusions were incredibly powerful, so realistic that it was difficult to distinguish them from reality. They preyed on our deepest insecurities, seeking to break our spirits and drive us to despair. Lyra warned us about the illusions before we entered the Shadowlands, and she taught us a technique to dispel them. We had to focus on the truth, on the reality of our situation, on the bonds of friendship that connected us. We had to remind ourselves that the visions were not real, that they were merely tricks of the shadows. It was not easy. The illusions were persistent, relentless. They would fade for a moment, only to return with even greater force. But we persevered, clinging to each other, reminding each other of the truth, refusing to succumb to the darkness. We learned to recognize the signs of the illusions, the subtle distortions of reality, the flickering shadows, the inconsistencies in the environment. We learned to dispel them quickly, before they could take root in our minds. The illusions were a constant threat, but they also served as a reminder of what was at stake. They showed us what we were fighting for: the memory of my mother, the lives of Malik's family, the hope of Lyra's people. We pressed on, our resolve strengthened by the trials we had endured. We knew that the Sunstone was within our reach, that it was the only way to defeat Nyx and restore the balance. Then we came to the traps. The Shadowlands were filled with hidden dangers, with pitfalls disguised as solid ground, with snares that tightened around our limbs, with poisoned darts that flew from the darkness. Lyra's senses were extraordinarily sharp, and she was able to detect most of the traps before we triggered them. She taught us how to disarm them, how to navigate the treacherous terrain. But some of the traps were too well hidden, too cleverly disguised. We triggered them despite our best efforts. One trap released a cloud of poisonous gas that burned our skin and choked our lungs. We stumbled blindly through the darkness, gasping for air, our bodies racked with pain. Lyra used her light to purify the air, but the damage was already done. We were weakened, exhausted. Another trap caused the ground beneath us to collapse, plunging us into a deep pit filled with sharp spikes. We managed to grab onto the edge of the pit, but we were dangling precariously, our strength failing. Malik helped us pull ourselves to safety, but he injured his arm in the process. The traps were a constant reminder of the dangers that surrounded us. They tested our strength, our resilience, our ability to survive. We learned to be even more cautious, even more vigilant. We learned to trust our instincts, to rely on each other, to expect the unexpected. Despite the dangers, despite the challenges, we continued our journey. We were determined to reach the Sunstone to fulfill our destiny. And then finally we saw it. In the distance, amidst the twisted trees and the swirling shadows, we saw a faint glimmer of light. It was a soft, warm light, a light that seemed to push back the darkness and fill us with hope. The shrine of the Sunstone. It was within our reach. But as we drew closer, we realized that the path to the shrine was guarded. Standing before the entrance, blocking our way, was a figure cloaked in shadows. The figure from my visions. He was tall and gaunt, his face obscured by the darkness. His eyes glowed with a malevolent red light. He held a staff in his hand, and the air around him crackled with energy. "You have come far," he said, his voice a deep, guttural growl. "But you will go no further. The Sunstone is mine, and you will die defending it." Nix. We had finally come face to face with the source of the darkness. Chapter 4. The Serpent's Embrace. Nick stood before us, a monument to corruption and despair. The darkness seemed to emanate from him, clinging to him like a shroud. He radiated a palpable aura of power, a chilling presence that sent a tremor of fear through my very being. The air crackled with dark energy, making the hairs on my arms stand on end. He was the embodiment of everything we had fought against, the source of the Shadowlands' torment, the architect of the world's impending doom. Lyra stepped forward, her blade of shimmering light held high. The light pulsed, pushing back the darkness that surrounded Nyx, revealing a gaunt, skeletal figure beneath the shadows. His face remained obscured, but I could see the malevolent gleam in his red eyes, a reflection of the corrupted power that coursed through his veins. "Nyx," Lyra said, her voice filled with a mixture of anger and sorrow. "Your reign of terror ends here. I will not allow you to plunge the world into darkness." Nyx chuckled, a dry, rasping sound that echoed through the desolate landscape. "Foolish child," he sneered. "Do you truly believe that you can stop me? I am the master of shadows, the lord of despair. I have consumed countless worlds, and I will consume yours as well." He raised his staff, and a bolt of dark energy shot forth, striking the ground near Lyra's feet. The ground erupted in a shower of black sparks, and a wave of oppressive heat washed over us. "You cannot hope to defeat me," Nyx continued, his voice dripping with arrogance. "I am too powerful. The darkness is too strong. Your light will be extinguished." Lyra stood her ground, her blade unwavering. "I will not give up," she said. "I will fight you until my last breath. I will protect the world from your darkness." The battle began. Lyra charged towards Nyx, her blade a blur of shimmering light. Nyx countered with blasts of dark energy, each one capable of incinerating anything in its path. I stepped forward too, channeling my light into a destructive blast toward Nyx, but his shield absorbed the blow. The clash of light and darkness echoed through the Shadowlands, the air filled with the sound of clashing energy and the screams of tormented souls. The ground trembled beneath our feet, and the trees swayed violently in the unnatural wind. Malik, still weakened from the trap, stood beside me, his face grim. "We have to help her, Kaelin," he said. "She cannot defeat him alone." I nodded. "I know, but he's too strong. How can we even get close?" Nyx seemed to anticipate our thoughts. He flicked his wrist, and a wave of dark energy surged towards us, knocking us off our feet. We crashed to the ground, gasping for air. "You are weak," Nyx said, his voice filled with disdain. "You are nothing. You cannot hope to stand against me." He turned his attention back to Lyra, who was still battling him fiercely. But even her skill and determination seemed no match for Nyx's power. He deflected her attacks with ease, and his counterattacks were becoming increasingly frequent and more powerful. I struggled to my feet, my body aching, my mind reeling. I had to do something. I couldn't let Lyra face Nyx alone. I remembered the stone Lyra had given me, the one imbued with a fraction of her power, the one that could provide a temporary shield against any attack. I reached into my pouch and pulled it out. The stone pulsed with a warm, comforting light, a beacon of hope in the oppressive darkness. I focused my will, channeling my energy into the stone. I felt a surge of power coursing through my veins, a feeling of invincibility. I stepped forward, ready to face Nyx. But as I did, I saw something that made my blood run cold. Nyx had managed to disarm Lyra, knocking her blade from her hand. The blade clattered to the ground, its light extinguished. Lyra stood defenseless before Nyx, her face filled with despair. Nyx raised his staff, ready to deliver the final blow. "No!" I screamed, throwing myself in front of Lyra. Nyx unleashed a torrent of dark energy from his staff, aiming it directly at me. But before the energy could strike me, the stone activated, creating a shimmering shield around me. The dark energy slammed against the shield, causing it to crackle and bend. The force of the impact knocked me backwards, sending me crashing to the ground. But the shield held, protecting me from the full force of the attack. The stone shattered, its power spent, but it had bought us a few precious seconds. I scrambled to my feet, my body trembling, my mind racing. I had to act fast. Nyx was about to finish Lyra off. I looked around desperately, searching for anything that could help us. And then I saw it. Lyra's blade lying on the ground, its light extinguished. I ran towards the blade, ignoring the pain in my body, ignoring the fear in my heart. I reached out and grabbed the hilt. As my fingers wrapped around the hilt, a surge of energy coursed through me, even stronger than what I felt when Lyra gave me the stone. The blade began to glow, its light intensifying, pushing back the darkness that surrounded us. I raised the blade, feeling its power flowing through me, transforming me. I felt stronger, more confident, more determined than ever before. I charged towards Nyx, my blade held high. Nyx turned to face me, his eyes filled with surprise. "You," he snarled, "you dare to challenge me?" I did not reply. I simply raised the blade and unleashed its power. A beam of pure light shot forth from the blade, striking Nyx directly in the chest. Nyx screamed in agony as the light burned through his flesh, searing his soul. He stumbled backwards, clutching at his chest, his body racked with pain. The darkness around him began to dissipate, revealing the skeletal figure beneath. "You cannot defeat me," he roared, his voice filled with desperation. "I am the darkness, I am eternal." He unleashed another torrent of dark energy from his staff, but this time It was weaker, less focused. I deflected the energy with the blade, sending it harmlessly into the darkness. I continued to attack, my blade a whirlwind of shimmering light. Nyx tried to defend himself, but he was too weak, too wounded. My blade found its mark again and again, each strike weakening him further. Finally, with a desperate cry, Nyx collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing, his spirit fading. The darkness around him dissipated completely, revealing the barren landscape of the Shadowlands. Nyx was defeated. Silence descended upon the Shadowlands. The disembodied voices faded away, the oppressive atmosphere lifted, and the twisted trees seemed to straighten, their branches reaching towards the sky. Lyra approached me, her face filled with awe. "You did it, Kaelin," she said. "You defeated Nyx." I looked at the blade in my hand, still glowing with power. I had done it. I had defeated the source of the darkness, but at what cost? I felt a strange sensation, a pull, a tug at my soul. The power of the blade was changing me, transforming me. I could feel myself becoming something more, something other. I looked at Lyra, at Malik, at the landscape around me. Everything seemed different, sharper, clearer. I could see the interconnectedness of all things, the balance between light and darkness, the ebb and flow of energy. I was the weaver of shifting sands, and now I was something more. Nyx, though defeated, was not completely destroyed. His essence lingered, clinging to the edges of reality, waiting for an opportunity to return. I could sense it, a faint whisper in the darkness, a promise of future conflict. But for now, the Shadowlands were safe. The path to the Sunstone was clear. We approached the shrine, its entrance bathed in a warm, golden light. We stepped inside, ready to claim the artifact that would save the world. Before we left the area, Malik noticed something unusual. "Kaelin, look at this," he exclaimed, pointing towards a patch of land where Nyx had fallen. The ground was cracked and barren, but in the center of the cracks, a small, green shoot was emerging. "Life," Lyra whispered, her eyes wide with wonder. "Even in the darkest of places, life finds a way." We continued to stare at the shoot, marveling at its resilience. Then, without warning, the shoot began to grow, rapidly transforming into a vibrant flower with petals of pure white. The flower radiated a gentle light, illuminating the area around it. "It's a flower of hope," I said, my voice filled with emotion. "A symbol that even in the face of darkness, hope can still bloom." Lyra reached out and gently touched the flower. "We must remember this," she said. "We must never lose hope, no matter how bleak the situation may seem." We stood in silence for a moment, absorbing the flower's energy. Then, we turned our attention back to the shrine, our hearts filled with a renewed sense of purpose. We spent the night recuperating from the battle and the effects of the Shadowlands. We knew we had to prepare ourselves for the journey ahead. The world outside was still in danger, and we were the only ones who could save it. Chapter 5: The Heart of Light. The shrine was a small, unassuming structure built from the same gray stone as the surrounding Shadowlands, yet it radiated an inner warmth, a beacon of hope in the oppressive darkness. Inside, the air was clean and pure, free from the cloying scent of decay that permeated the outside world. The walls were adorned with intricate carvings depicting scenes of light and shadow, of balance and harmony. In the center of the shrine, resting on a simple stone pedestal, was the sunstone. It was not the dazzling gem I had imagined. Instead, it was a smooth, unassuming stone about the size of my fist, radiating a soft, golden light. It pulsed with a gentle energy, a warmth that seemed to seep into my very being. As I approached it, I felt a sense of peace and tranquility wash over me, a feeling that everything would be all right. Lyra stepped forward, her eyes filled with reverence. She reached out and gently lifted the sunstone from its pedestal. As her fingers touched the stone, the light intensified, bathing the shrine in a warm, golden glow. "The sunstone," she whispered, her voice filled with awe. "It is even more powerful than I imagined." She held the sunstone aloft, and its light spread outwards, pushing back the shadows and illuminating the surrounding landscape. The twisted trees seemed to straighten, the gray sand seemed to brighten, and the air seemed to clear. "We have it," Lyra said, her voice filled with triumph. "We have the power to defeat Nyx and restore the balance." But as she spoke, a tremor ran through the shrine. The walls began to shake, and the carvings began to crumble. The light of the sunstone flickered, and the shadows began to creep back in. "What's happening?" Malik asked, his voice filled with alarm. "Nyx," Lyra said, her face grim. "He is not completely defeated. His essence is still clinging to this world, and he is trying to stop us from using the sunstone." She closed her eyes, focusing her will, channeling her energy into the sunstone. The light intensified again, pushing back the shadows and stabilizing the shrine. "We must leave," she said. "We cannot stay here. Nyx is too strong. He will destroy us if we remain." We turned to leave the shrine, but as we reached the entrance, a figure materialized before us, blocking our path. It was Nyx, or rather, what remained of him. He was no longer the imposing figure he had been during our battle. He was a wraith-like being, a shadow of his former self. His eyes still glowed with malevolent red light, but his body was translucent, flickering in and out of existence. "You cannot escape me," he hissed, his voice a ghostly whisper. "I will not allow you to use the sunstone. I will destroy you all." He lunged at us, his spectral hands reaching out to grasp the sunstone. Lyra raised the sunstone to defend herself, and a wave of golden light washed over Nyx. He screamed in agony, his body flickering violently. The light was burning him, destroying him, but he did not give up. He continued to reach for the sunstone, driven by his hatred and his desire for power. I stepped forward, ready to defend Lyra, but as I did, I felt a strange sensation, a pull, a tug at my soul. It was the same feeling I had experienced after defeating Nyx, the feeling that the power of the blade was changing me, transforming me. I looked at the blade, still hanging at my side. It was no longer glowing with light. It was dull, lifeless, but I could feel its power, dormant, waiting to be unleashed. I reached out and grabbed the hilt. As my fingers wrapped around the hilt, the blade began to glow again, its light intensifying, pushing back the shadows. I raised the blade, feeling its power flowing through me, transforming me. I felt stronger, more confident, more determined than ever before. I charged towards Nyx, my blade held high. Nyx turned to face me, his eyes filled with rage. "You again," he snarled. "You cannot stop me, I am eternal." I did not reply. I simply raised the blade and unleashed its power. A beam of pure light shot forth from the blade, striking Nyx directly in the chest. Nyx screamed in agony as the light burned through his flesh, searing his soul. His body began to disintegrate, his spectral form flickering and fading. He reached out to me, his eyes filled with hatred. "I will return," he hissed. "The darkness will rise again, and you will be powerless to stop it." With a final, desperate cry, Nyx vanished, his essence destroyed. Silence descended upon the shrine. The tremors stopped, the walls stabilized, and the light of the sunstone shone brightly. Lyra lowered the sunstone, her face filled with relief. "He is gone," she said. "He is finally gone." But I knew that she was wrong. Nyx was not truly gone. His essence lingered, clinging to the edges of reality, waiting for an opportunity to return. I could still sense it, a faint whisper in the darkness, a promise of future conflict. We left the shrine, carrying the sunstone with us. The Shadowlands seemed brighter, less oppressive. The twisted trees seemed to straighten, the gray sand seemed to brighten, and the air seemed to clear. But I knew that the darkness was still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for its chance to strike. We had only won a temporary victory. The battle was far from over. As we left the Shadowlands, we could see the world that was still ravaged by Nyx. Plants and life were slowly dying, and there was darkness all over the place. It was as if it was a world of night and there was no light. This reminded me of the visions I had before I left Zerzura. As we walked through the land, Lyra was channeling power to me so that I would use the sword better. She was also teaching me how to use the sword and how to protect myself better. We were a team of 3. We had to work together to save this world. The first place we decided to go was the darkened forest. It was once a beautiful and lush forest, but now it was a place of darkness and decay. We had to get there to cleanse the area from evil spirits and energies. Chapter 6: The Whispers of the Darkened Forest. The transition from the Shadowlands to the darkened forest was subtle, yet profound. While the Shadowlands were a landscape of overt despair and corrupted energy, the darkened forest exuded a more insidious, creeping dread. The trees, once vibrant and teeming with life, now stood as silent, skeletal sentinels, their branches gnarled and twisted like arthritic fingers reaching towards the perpetually overcast sky. The air hung heavy with the scent of decay, a damp, earthy odor that spoke of rot and stagnation. We entered the forest cautiously, Lyra leading the way, the sunstone radiating a warm, golden light that pushed back the encroaching darkness. The ground beneath our feet was soft and spongy, covered in a thick layer of decaying leaves that muffled our footsteps, creating an unsettling silence. The silence was broken only by the occasional rustling in the undergrowth, the snapping of a twig, or the distant caw of a crow, sounds that seemed amplified in the oppressive atmosphere, sending shivers down my spine. "This place is unsettling," Malik muttered, his hand resting on the hilt of his makeshift weapon. "I don't like it." I nodded in agreement. I could feel the darkness pressing in on us, a tangible force that seemed to suffocate the light. The whispers of doubt returned, stronger than ever, amplified by the forest's oppressive atmosphere. "We must be vigilant," Lyra said, her voice barely above a whisper. "The darkness here is insidious. It can cloud your mind, distort your senses, and turn you against each other." She paused, closing her eyes for a moment, focusing her will. The light of the sunstone intensified, pushing back the darkness and creating a small sphere of safety around us. "Stay close," she warned. "Do not stray from the light, and trust your instincts. If something feels wrong, it probably is." We continued our journey, deeper and deeper into the heart of the darkened forest. The trees grew taller, their branches intertwining overhead, blocking out what little light remained. The undergrowth thickened, becoming a tangled mass of thorns and vines that snagged at our clothes and slowed our progress. As we ventured further, we began to encounter the creatures of the forest, twisted parodies of the animals that once roamed these lands. There were wolves with glowing red eyes and razor-sharp claws, their bodies emaciated and their fur matted with blood. There were ravens with tattered wings and beaks that dripped with a black, viscous fluid. And there were spiders, enormous spiders, their bodies covered in a thick, bristly hair and their fangs dripping with venom. Lyra fought with the grace and skill of a seasoned warrior, her blade a whirlwind of shimmering light that cut through the darkness and banished the creatures back to the shadows from whence they came. I wielded the sword, channeling the power Lyra bestowed upon me, cutting down those who posed a threat. Malik, too, played an important role and used his knowledge of tracking to defeat the monsters. The battles were exhausting, both physically and mentally. Each creature we defeated seemed to drain our strength and chip away at our resolve. The constant darkness, the oppressive atmosphere, the unsettling silence, it all took its toll. We pressed on, driven by the unwavering belief that we could cleanse this forest of its darkness and restore it to its former glory. Then we began to hear the whispers. At first, they were faint, almost imperceptible whispers that seemed to come from the trees themselves, murmuring unintelligible words that sent shivers down my spine. But as we ventured further, the whispers grew louder, more insistent. They began to take on a more coherent form, whispering our names, whispering our fears, whispering our doubts. "Kaelin," the whispers hissed, "you are weak, you are unworthy, you cannot save this world." "Malik," the whispers murmured, "you are a failure, you abandoned your family, you are a coward." "Lyra," the whispers groaned, "you are a failure, you allowed your kingdom to be destroyed, you are a disgrace." The whispers were incredibly powerful, preying on our deepest insecurities, seeking to break our spirits and drive us to despair. I closed my ears, trying to block out the voices, but they were relentless, echoing in my mind, filling my thoughts. "We must ignore them," Lyra said, her voice strained. "They are trying to break us. They are trying to turn us against each other." She focused her will, channeling her energy into the sunstone. The light intensified, pushing back the darkness and silencing the whispers, at least for a moment. But the whispers soon returned, even louder, even more insistent. They were like a chorus of tormented souls, trapped in the forest, their voices filled with pain and despair. We pressed on, our resolve wavering, our spirits flagging. The whispers were taking their toll. Then we came to a clearing. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its branches reaching towards the sky like skeletal arms. The tree was withered and decaying, its bark covered in a thick layer of moss and fungus. Beneath the tree, huddled together, were a group of people, men, women, and children, their faces gaunt and starved, their eyes filled with despair. They were dressed in rags, their bodies covered in dirt and grime. "Help us," they cried, their voices weak and raspy. "Please help us, we are starving, we are dying." Lyra stepped forward, her face filled with compassion. "We will help you," she said. "We will give you food, we will give you shelter." She reached into her pack and pulled out a loaf of bread, offering it to the people. But as she did, the bread crumbled to dust in her hands. The people began to wail, their cries filled with anguish. "It's no use," they groaned. "Nothing grows here anymore. The forest is cursed." They turned to me, their eyes filled with accusation. "You cannot help us," they cried. "You are just like the others. You are all liars." I felt a surge of anger, a desire to defend myself. But as I looked at the people, I saw the despair in their eyes, the hopelessness in their faces. I realized that they were not lying. They were truly suffering. I stepped forward, my hand resting on the hilt of the blade. "I will help you," I said. "I will cleanse this forest of its darkness. I will restore it to its former glory." But as I spoke, the whispers returned, louder than ever. "You cannot do it," they hissed. "You are not strong enough. You will fail." The people began to laugh, their laughter mocking and cruel. "You are a fool," they cried. "You are just like the others. You will all die here." The whispers and the laughter were overwhelming. I felt a surge of despair, a desire to give up. But then I looked at Lyra, at Malik, at the faces of the people. I saw the hope in their eyes, the longing for a better future. I realized that I could not give up. I had to keep fighting. I closed my eyes, focusing my will, channeling my energy. I remembered the words of my mother, Zilla. "The future is a fickle mistress. She offers glimpses, but she rarely reveals the whole truth. And what we see, we cannot always change. We are but weavers, not masters of fate." I opened my eyes, my gaze resolute. "I am the weaver of shifting sands," I said, my voice filled with determination. "And I will not be swayed by the whispers of the darkness. I will fight for the light. I will fight for hope. I will fight for a better future." I raised the sword, its light shining brightly. "I will cleanse this forest," I declared, "and I will restore it to its former glory." Then I charged towards the ancient oak tree, ready to face whatever challenges awaited me. Chapter 7: The Roots of Despair. As I charged towards the ancient oak, the gaunt villagers scattered, their hollow eyes wide with a mixture of fear and morbid curiosity. The tree loomed before me, a twisted monument to decay, its gnarled branches clawing at the sky like skeletal fingers. The air around it thrummed with a palpable sense of malice, the whispers intensifying to a deafening chorus of despair. It was clear. This tree was the source of the forest's corruption, the epicenter of its encroaching darkness. I raised the sword, its light cutting through the oppressive gloom, illuminating the tree's grotesque features. The bark was covered in a thick, pulsating moss, a sickly green color that seemed to writhe and squirm before my very eyes. Twisted roots, thick as pythons, snaked across the forest floor, disappearing into the darkness beneath the decaying leaves. The whispers intensified, a cacophony of voices assailing my mind, each one a twisted reflection of my deepest fears and insecurities. You are weak, Kaelin. You are unworthy. You cannot succeed. I closed my eyes, focusing my will, channeling the energy Lyra had bestowed upon me. I visualized the light of the sunstone, its warmth and purity pushing back the encroaching darkness, silencing the whispers, if only for a moment. Taking a deep breath, I opened my eyes and stepped forward, my gaze fixed on the tree. As I approached, the ground beneath my feet began to tremble, and the roots began to writhe and coil, reaching out to ensnare me. Lyra and Malik rushed to my side, their faces grim. "Be careful, Kaelin," Lyra shouted, her voice barely audible above the din of the whispers. "The tree is protecting itself." Lyra stepped forward and unleashed a blast of golden light from the sunstone, striking the roots and causing them to recoil. Malik, meanwhile, moved to defend us from the villagers, who were now gathering around, their eyes glowing with an unnatural light, their faces contorted in grotesque smiles. I ignored the chaos around me, focusing all my attention on the tree. I raised the sword high above my head, its light intensifying to a blinding brilliance. "By the light of the sunstone, by the will of the weaver, I banish you, darkness," I cried, my voice echoing through the forest. With a mighty swing, I brought the sword down upon the tree, cleaving through its gnarled trunk with a resounding crack. A shockwave of energy rippled outwards, shaking the ground and silencing the whispers. The tree shuddered, its branches swaying violently, its leaves withering and falling to the ground like tears. A black, viscous fluid began to ooze from the wound, staining the forest floor. The roots thrashed and writhed in a frenzy, attempting to pull themselves free from the ground. I could feel their power weakening, their grip on the forest loosening. The villagers screamed, their bodies contorting in agony. They clutched at their heads, their faces contorted in pain. The unnatural light in their eyes flickered and died, replaced by a look of confusion and fear. I continued to strike at the tree, each blow weakening it further, each swing silencing the whispers a little more. The black fluid continued to flow, polluting the forest floor, but the light of the sword was slowly, but surely, pushing back the darkness. As I struck the final blow, cleaving the tree in two, a blinding flash of light erupted from the wound, illuminating the entire forest. The roots convulsed one last time, then fell limp, their power extinguished. The tree groaned, its branches swaying gently in the breeze. Then, with a final sigh, it collapsed to the ground, its reign of terror finally over. Silence descended upon the forest. The whispers were gone, replaced by a profound sense of peace. The light of the sword dimmed, its power spent. I stood there panting, exhausted but triumphant. I had done it. I had cleansed the forest of its darkness. Lyra and Malik rushed to my side, their faces filled with relief. "You did it, Kaelin," Lyra exclaimed, hugging me tightly. "You saved us all." Malik clapped me on the back, his eyes filled with pride. "I knew you could do it," he said. "You are the weaver of shifting sands, and you are the hope of this world." I smiled, feeling a surge of gratitude for my friends. But as I looked around at the forest, I realized that our work was far from over. The villagers were still huddled together, their faces still gaunt and starved. They were no longer possessed by the darkness, but they were still suffering. They needed food, shelter, and hope. Lyra stepped forward, her face filled with compassion. "We will help you," she said. "We will find you food. We will build you shelter. We will give you hope." She turned to me, her eyes pleading. "We must stay here, Kaelin," she said. "We must help these people rebuild their lives." I looked at the villagers, at their faces filled with despair. I looked at Lyra, at her unwavering commitment to helping others. I looked at Malik, at his steadfast support. I knew what I had to do. "We will stay," I said. "We will help them rebuild their lives. We will restore this forest to its former glory." We spent the next few days helping the villagers. We gathered firewood, built shelters, and foraged for food. Lyra used the sunstone to purify the soil, allowing the crops to grow again. Slowly but surely, the forest began to heal. The trees began to sprout new leaves, the flowers began to bloom, and the animals began to return. The villagers began to smile, their faces filled with hope. One evening, as we sat around a campfire, sharing a meal of roasted vegetables and berries, an old woman approached us, her face etched with wrinkles. "Thank you," she said, her voice raspy with age. "You have saved us. You have given us a new life." She paused, looking at me with a knowing look in her eyes. "But your journey is far from over," she said. "The darkness is still out there, lurking in the shadows, and it will return stronger than ever. You must be prepared." She reached into her pocket and pulled out a small wooden carving shaped like a bird. "Take this," she said, handing it to me. "It will protect you from the darkness. It will guide you on your journey." I accepted the carving, feeling a surge of gratitude. "Thank you," I said. "I will cherish it always." The old woman smiled, then turned and walked away, disappearing into the darkness. I looked at the carving, feeling its warmth in my hand. It was a simple object, but it held a powerful energy, a connection to the spirit of the forest. I knew that the old woman was right. Our journey was far from over. The darkness was still out there, and it would return. But we were not afraid. We were the weaver of shifting sands, the protector of the sunstone, and the friends of the people. We were ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. We were ready to fight for the light. We were ready to fight for hope. We were ready to fight for a better future. But before we left the forest, the villagers started to ask me questions and tell me stories about the old tree. Now they knew all of the truth. One of them told me that the old tree used to be a guardian of the forest, but something corrupted the guardian. According to the story, a human who had a dark heart betrayed the forest, and the guardian was severely damaged, and that triggered something dark in him, and it became the old twisted tree. Chapter 8: The Echoing Caves of Lament. After spending a week helping the villagers rebuild their lives, we felt it was time to move on. The darkened forest was healing, life was returning, and the people were finding their footing. Lyra, Malik, and I knew that other places were suffering, and our quest to cleanse the world of Nyx's influence was far from over. The carving the old woman gave me felt warm and reassuring in my pocket, a constant reminder of the hope we had rekindled in the forest. Before leaving, the villagers showered us with gratitude, offering us supplies and heartfelt blessings. They urged us to be careful and warned us of the dangers that lay ahead. They spoke of the echoing caves of lament, a network of underground caverns said to be haunted by the tormented souls of those who had perished during a great war. The caves, they said, were saturated with sorrow and despair, amplifying negative emotions and driving those who dared to enter to the brink of madness. It was another place that was infected by the darkness. Heeding their warnings, we prepared for our journey. We stocked up on supplies, sharpened our weapons, and fortified our minds against the darkness that awaited us. Lyra reminded us to trust our instincts and to rely on each other, emphasizing the importance of staying close to the light of the sunstone. The journey to the echoing caves was long and arduous. We traversed rolling hills, crossed swift-flowing rivers, and navigated treacherous mountain passes. The landscape grew increasingly desolate, the vibrant greenery gradually fading into a barren wasteland. The sky, once a clear blue, became overcast with heavy gray clouds, casting a perpetual shadow over the land. As we approached the caves, a palpable sense of dread settled over us. The air grew colder, and the silence was broken only by the mournful wail of the wind, which seemed to carry the voices of the lost and the forgotten. The entrance to the caves was a gaping maw in the side of a towering cliff, shrouded in mist and shadow. The entrance looked as though a giant took a big bite. Hesitantly, we stepped inside, our hearts pounding in our chests. The caves were dark and damp, the air thick with the stench of mildew and decay. The walls were slick with moisture, and the floor was uneven and treacherous, littered with loose rocks and jagged stones. The silence was deafening, broken only by the occasional drip of water or the rustling of unseen creatures. Lyra raised the sunstone, its light illuminating the cavern ahead. The light revealed a vast network of tunnels and chambers, stretching deep into the earth. The walls were covered in strange symbols and carvings, depicting scenes of war and suffering. I got a very bad feeling when I touched the walls. "This place is oppressive," I muttered, my voice echoing through the cavern. "I can feel the sorrow weighing down on me." "We must be strong," Lyra said, her voice resolute. "We cannot let the darkness consume us. We must focus on our mission and trust in the light of the sunstone." We ventured deeper into the caves, our senses on high alert. The tunnels twisted and turned, leading us through a labyrinth of chambers and passageways. The symbols and carvings on the walls grew more disturbing, depicting scenes of torture, mutilation, and death. As we progressed, we began to hear the echoes. At first, they were faint, almost imperceptible whispers that seemed to come from the walls themselves, murmuring words of pain and despair. But as we ventured further, the echoes grew louder, more insistent. They began to take on a more coherent form, echoing the cries of the wounded, the screams of the dying, and the lamentations of the bereaved. "Help us," the echoes cried. "Please help us. We are trapped here. We cannot escape." The echoes were incredibly powerful, preying on our deepest fears and regrets, seeking to break our spirits and drive us to madness. "Ignore them," Lyra said, her voice strained. "They are trying to trick us. They are trying to lead us astray." But it was difficult to ignore the echoes. They were all around us, filling our minds, clouding our thoughts. I could feel the sorrow weighing down on me, threatening to overwhelm me. Then we began to see the apparitions. At first, they were fleeting, ghostly figures that flickered in and out of existence. But as we ventured further, the apparitions grew more substantial, more lifelike. They were the spirits of the warriors who had perished in the caves, their faces contorted in expressions of pain and anguish. They reached out to us, their spectral hands grasping at our clothes, their hollow eyes pleading for help. "Avenge us," they groaned. "Avenge our deaths, punish those who wronged us." The apparitions were incredibly persuasive, appealing to our sense of justice and our desire for revenge. It was difficult to resist their pleas, to ignore their suffering. Lyra warned us that the apparitions were illusions, created by the darkness to manipulate us. She told us that we must not trust them, that we must not give in to their demands. But it was becoming increasingly difficult to distinguish between reality and illusion. The echoes, the apparitions, the oppressive atmosphere, it was all taking its toll. We pressed on, our resolve wavering, our spirits flagging. The caves were testing us, pushing us to the limits of our endurance. Then we came to a vast cavern. In the center of the cavern stood a massive altar, stained with blood and covered in bones. The altar was surrounded by a circle of spectral figures, chanting in an ancient language. As we approached the altar, the chanting intensified. The spectral figures turned to face us, their eyes glowing with malevolent light. "You have come to desecrate our sacred ground," they hissed. "You will pay for your transgression." The spectral figures lunged at us, their spectral hands reaching out to grasp us. Lyra raised the sunstone, and a wave of golden light washed over the cavern, banishing the spectral figures back to the shadows. But as the light faded, we saw that the altar was still there, radiating a dark, malevolent energy. The altar was the source of the cave's corruption, the heart of its darkness. We knew what we had to do. We had to destroy the altar. But how? It seemed impervious to the light of the sunstone. I stepped forward, my hand resting on the hilt of the blade. I could feel its power dormant, waiting to be unleashed. I closed my eyes, focusing my will, channeling the energy Lyra had bestowed upon me. I remembered the words of the old woman. "It will protect you from the darkness. It will guide you on your journey." I opened my eyes, my gaze resolute. "I will destroy the altar," I said. "I will cleanse these caves of their darkness. I will restore them to their former peace." I raised the blade, its light shining brightly. Then I charged towards the altar, ready to face whatever challenges awaited me. However, the carvings on the walls started to spin around me, creating a vortex that dragged me down. I got separated from Lyra and Malik and was sucked into a place that looked like my past. I saw my mom, Zilla, who was on her deathbed. She spoke to me and told me that I was a failure, that I wasn't strong enough to save her. This vision hurt me deeply and I felt my heart aching. Then all of a sudden, the dimension started to change again and I fell into another place. I looked around and saw my father who abandoned me and my mom when I was only a baby. I had always wanted to see him and ask why he left us. I asked him many questions, but he didn't respond to me. I tried to come closer to him, but he was a mere image of the past, an illusion. The dimension started to change again, and I fell into another place. Chapter 9: The Labyrinth of Memories. The transition was jarring, a disorienting lurch through time and space that left me breathless and reeling. One moment I was charging towards the altar, the blade held high, determined to vanquish the darkness. The next I was plunged into a disorienting vortex of swirling carvings and disembodied voices. The familiar weight of the sword in my hand was the only anchor to reality I could cling to. Then, abruptly, the swirling stopped, and I found myself standing in a vividly real, yet undeniably artificial recreation of my past. The first vision, as I described, was the most painful. Seeing my mother, Zilla, on her deathbed, her face etched with disappointment and her voice laced with accusation, was like a knife twisting in my heart. It was a memory I had tried to suppress for years, the guilt of not being able to save her, of not being strong enough to ease her suffering, constantly gnawing at my soul. The darkness of the caves had exploited my deepest vulnerability, amplifying the pain and making it almost unbearable. The second vision of my absent father was a different kind of torment. I had harbored a mixture of resentment and longing towards him, a burning desire to understand why he had abandoned us, to hear his explanation, to feel his love, even for a moment. But the vision offered no solace, no answers. He was a silent, unresponsive figure, a phantom of my past, forever out of reach. It was a cruel reminder of the emptiness that had haunted my life, the void that no amount of success or recognition could ever fill. As the dimension shifted again, I braced myself for another onslaught of painful memories. This time, I found myself standing in the courtyard of Zerzura, surrounded by the faces of my people. But these were not the faces of warmth and affection that I remembered. Instead, they were contorted with anger and resentment, their eyes burning with accusation. "You abandoned us, Kaelin," they shouted, their voices echoing through the courtyard. "You left us to face the darkness alone. You are a traitor." I tried to explain, to defend myself, but my words were drowned out by their cries of condemnation. I felt a wave of despair wash over me, a crushing sense of guilt and shame. Had I failed them? Had I abandoned my duty as the weaver of shifting sands? Was I truly a traitor to my people? The visions continued to cycle, each one more painful and disorienting than the last. I was trapped in a labyrinth of memories, forced to relive my deepest fears and regrets, my spirit slowly being eroded by the darkness. I realized that this was the true power of the echoing caves, not the echoes or the apparitions, but the ability to delve into the depths of one's soul, to expose the raw, vulnerable emotions that lay hidden beneath the surface. It was a psychological torture chamber, designed to break one's spirit and drive one to madness. I knew that I had to escape, to break free from this labyrinth of memories before it consumed me entirely. But how? The visions were too real, too powerful. I felt like I was drowning in a sea of sorrow, with no hope of rescue. Then I remembered the carving the old woman had given me, the wooden bird that was said to protect me from the darkness. I reached into my pocket and clutched the carving tightly, feeling its warmth and solidity in my hand. I closed my eyes, focusing my will, channeling the energy that flowed through the carving. I visualized the light of the sunstone, its warmth and purity pushing back the encroaching darkness, silencing the whispers and dispelling the illusions. I opened my eyes, my gaze resolute. The visions were still there, but they seemed less vivid, less powerful. I could feel the darkness receding, the grip of the caves loosening. I realized that the carving was not a magical talisman, but a symbol of hope, a reminder of the good that still existed in the world, a connection to the spirit of the forest. It was a reminder that I was not alone, that I had friends who believed in me, that I had a purpose to fulfill. With renewed determination, I raised the sword, its light shining brightly. "I am the weaver of shifting sands," I declared, my voice echoing through the labyrinth. "And I will not be swayed by the darkness. I will fight for the light. I will fight for hope. I will fight for a better future." I began to strike at the visions, each swing of the sword shattering the illusions, banishing the darkness. The memories faded away, replaced by a swirling vortex of light and energy. I continued to strike relentlessly until the labyrinth of memories collapsed entirely, leaving me standing in the vast cavern once more, facing the altar. The altar was still there, radiating a dark, malevolent energy, but it seemed weaker now, less imposing. The spectral figures were gone, banished by the light of the sword. I looked around, searching for Lyra and Malik. They were nowhere to be seen. I realized that they were probably trapped in their own labyrinths of memories, fighting their own demons. I knew that I had to destroy the altar, not only to cleanse the caves of their darkness, but also to free my friends from their torment. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for the challenge ahead. I raised the sword, its light shining brightly. Then I charged towards the altar, ready to face whatever obstacles lay in my path. As I approached, the altar began to tremble, and the ground beneath my feet began to shake. A dark, swirling vortex opened up before me, spewing forth a torrent of shadowy figures. These were not the spectral warriors of the past. These were creatures of pure darkness, twisted parodies of life, their forms shifting and changing, their eyes burning with malevolent intent. They were the guardians of the altar, the last line of defense against the light. I braced myself for battle, ready to face the darkness head-on. The fate of the echoing caves, and perhaps the world, depended on it. Chapter 10. The Guardians of the Abyss. The creatures surged towards me, a chaotic tide of shadow and malice. Their forms were fluid, constantly shifting between grotesque shapes, clawed beasts, winged demons, and serpentine horrors. Their eyes burned with a cold, malevolent light, and their voices echoed with a chorus of tormented screams. They were the embodiment of everything I had fought against, the distilled essence of despair and corruption. I gripped the sword tightly, its light a beacon in the oppressive darkness. I knew that I had to stand my ground, to hold the line against this onslaught of evil. The fate of Lyra and Malik, the fate of the echoing caves, and perhaps the fate of the world depended on it. I channeled the energy Lyra had bestowed upon me, focusing my will and unleashing the power of the sword. A wave of pure light erupted from the blade, incinerating the creatures that were closest to me, sending them screaming back into the darkness. But they were relentless, their numbers seemingly endless. They swarmed around me, their claws tearing at my clothes, their teeth snapping at my flesh. I fought with a ferocity born of desperation, hacking and slashing at the creatures, pushing them back with the light of the sword. I spun around, deflecting attacks from all sides, my movements fluid and precise. The blade became an extension of my arm, a weapon of pure light and energy. I felt a strange sense of detachment, as if I was no longer in control of my own body, as if I was merely a conduit for the power of the sword. I realized that the creatures were feeding off my fear, my doubt, my despair. The more I succumbed to negative emotions, the stronger they became. I knew that I had to remain focused, to maintain my resolve, to hold on to the hope that still flickered within me. I closed my eyes, taking a deep breath and focusing my mind. I visualized the faces of my friends, the faces of the villagers I had helped, the faces of all those who were counting on me. I remembered the words of my mother, Zilla. The future is a fickle mistress, but we are weavers, not masters of fate. I opened my eyes, my gaze resolute. I would not succumb to the darkness. I would not give in to despair. I would fight until my last breath. I unleashed another wave of light from the sword, pushing back the creatures and creating a small space around me. I took the opportunity to assess the situation. The creatures were still swarming, their numbers undiminished. The altar was still there, radiating its dark, malevolent energy. I was alone, surrounded by enemies with no hope of rescue. It seemed like an impossible situation, a hopeless battle, but I refused to give up. I knew that there was still a chance, however slim. I had to find a way to destroy the altar, to sever the source of the darkness. I remembered the carvings on the walls of the caves, the symbols and images that depicted scenes of war and suffering. I realized that the carvings were not merely decorations, but clues, hints about the nature of the darkness and how to defeat it. I focused my mind, trying to recall the images, to decipher their meaning. I remembered one carving in particular, a depiction of a warrior standing before an altar, raising a sword high above his head. The sword was radiating a blinding light, and the altar was crumbling beneath its power. I realized that the carving was not just a depiction of the past, but a prophecy of the future. It was a message to me, telling me how to defeat the darkness. I raised the sword high above my head, channeling all my energy into the blade. The light intensified, becoming almost unbearable to look at. I felt a surge of power coursing through my veins, a feeling of invincibility. The creatures recoiled, their eyes widening in fear. They sensed the power that was building within me, the destructive force that was about to be unleashed. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for the final blow. By the light of the sunstone, by the will of the weaver, I banish you, darkness, I cried, my voice echoing through the cavern. With a mighty swing, I brought the sword down upon the altar, cleaving it in two with a resounding crack. A shockwave of energy rippled outwards, shaking the ground and silencing the screams of the creatures. The altar crumbled to dust, its dark, malevolent energy dissipating into nothingness. The creatures shrieked in agony, their forms flickering and fading. Then, with a final sigh, they vanished entirely, their reign of terror finally over. Silence descended upon the cavern. The oppressive darkness lifted, replaced by a soft, warm glow. The air seemed cleaner, purer. I stood there, panting, exhausted but triumphant. I had done it. I had destroyed the altar, and I had banished the darkness from the echoing caves. As the light expanded, I felt Lyra and Malik coming closer to me. Finally, they reached me and they looked happy that I was still alive. "We are a great team," said Malik. Lyra nodded in agreement. We hugged each other tightly, and then we had to leave the cave. Once we left, we saw that the area was now clean. Plants started to come back and everything turned green again. The darkness was no more. As we continued our journey, we heard about the lake that was poisoned. The fishes and the other animals were dying. Also, the people were suffering because they couldn't drink from the lake. We decided to help the people, so we headed towards the lake. Chapter 11: The Tainted Waters of Sorrow Lake. Leaving the echoing caves was like stepping out of a tomb and into a world reborn. The air was fresh and clean, the sky a brilliant blue, and the landscape teemed with life. The oppressive gloom that had hung over the area was gone, replaced by a sense of peace and tranquility. We had cleansed the caves of their darkness, and the land was responding with a vibrant display of renewal. However, our respite was brief. The urgent reports of a poisoned lake pulled at our consciences and reminded us of the wider world still suffering under Nyx's influence. Sorrow Lake, once a source of life and prosperity for the surrounding villages, was now a symbol of despair, its waters tainted and its inhabitants dying. The journey to Sorrow Lake was less arduous than our previous treks, but the weight of the suffering we were about to witness hung heavy in the air. We passed through desolate villages, their inhabitants weakened by thirst and hunger, their faces etched with worry. They pleaded with us to help them, to restore the lake to its former glory. As we neared the lake, the stench of decay became overwhelming. The once sparkling waters were now a murky, stagnant green, choked with dead fish and rotting vegetation. The air buzzed with flies, and the shores were littered with the carcasses of animals that had succumbed to the poisoned waters. Sorrow Lake lived up to its name. A palpable sense of grief permeated the air, a tangible manifestation of the villagers' despair. The very landscape seemed to weep, the trees drooping, the flowers wilting, and the wind carrying a mournful sigh. Lyra, her face grim, raised the sunstone, its light casting a shimmering glow over the lake. The light seemed to push back the darkness, but the taint in the water remained, a stubborn stain that refused to be erased. "This is severe," she said, her voice filled with concern. The poison is deeply embedded in the water and the surrounding soil. It will take a great deal of energy to cleanse it. We approached the shore, carefully avoiding the rotting carcasses and the stagnant pools. We saw a group of villagers huddled together, their faces gaunt and their eyes filled with despair. "You have come to help us," an old woman asked, her voice raspy with thirst. "Can you save our lake? Can you save our people?" Lyra nodded, her gaze resolute. "We will do everything we can," she said. "We will not rest until the lake is cleansed and your people are safe." The villagers watched with a mixture of hope and skepticism as Lyra began to channel the power of the sunstone into the lake. The water shimmered and churned, the stagnant green slowly fading as the golden light spread outwards. But the poison was tenacious, resisting the cleansing power of the sunstone. The water continued to bubble and froth, releasing a noxious gas that stung our eyes and choked our lungs. I stepped forward, my hand resting on the hilt of the blade. I could feel its power dormant, waiting to be unleashed. I closed my eyes, focusing my will, channeling the energy Lyra had bestowed upon me. I remembered the words of the old woman in the darkened forest. "It will protect you from the darkness. It will guide you on your journey." I opened my eyes, my gaze resolute. I knew what I had to do. "I will help you, Lyra," I said. "I will use the sword to cleanse the lake." Lyra looked at me, her face filled with concern. "Are you sure, Kaelin?" she asked. "The poison is strong. It could corrupt the sword or even you." I nodded, my gaze unwavering. "I have to try," I said. "I cannot stand by and watch these people suffer." I stepped into the lake, the tainted water seeping into my boots, chilling me to the bone. The stench of decay was overwhelming, and the noxious gas burned my skin. I raised the sword high above my head, its light cutting through the gloom and illuminating the poisoned waters. "By the light of the sunstone, by the will of the weaver, I banish you, poison," I cried, my voice echoing across the lake. With a mighty swing, I plunged the sword into the water, piercing the heart of the corruption. A shockwave of energy rippled outwards, sending tremors through the lake and the surrounding land. The water erupted in a geyser of black, viscous fluid, spewing forth the concentrated essence of the poison. The stench was almost unbearable, and the air crackled with dark energy. I gritted my teeth, enduring the pain, and channeling all my will into the sword. The light intensified, burning away the poison, purifying the water. The lake began to churn and bubble, the stagnant green slowly fading as the clear, pure water rose to the surface. The dead fish and rotting vegetation began to decompose, their essence returning to the earth. The villagers watched in awe, their faces filled with hope. They cheered and wept as the lake was reborn, its waters sparkling and shimmering in the sunlight. I continued to hold the sword in the water until the last vestiges of poison were gone. The lake was now clean and pure, its waters teeming with life. I withdrew the sword, its light dimming, its power spent. I staggered back to the shore, my body trembling, my mind reeling. The effort had taken its toll. Lyra rushed to my side, her face filled with relief. "You did it, Kaelin," she exclaimed, hugging me tightly. You saved the lake, you saved the people. Malik clapped me on the back, his eyes filled with pride. I knew you could do it, he said. You are the weaver of shifting sands, and you are the hero of this world. I smiled, feeling a surge of gratitude for my friends. But as I looked at the lake, I noticed something disturbing. The sword was no longer gleaming with light. It was dull and tarnished, its surface covered in a black, oily residue. The poison had taken its toll on the blade. It had weakened its power, and it had left a stain that seemed impossible to remove. I realized that I had made a terrible mistake. I had used the sword recklessly, without considering the consequences. I had put the fate of the world at risk. I felt a wave of despair wash over me. Had I doomed the sword? Had I doomed us all? Chapter 12. The Stain of Corruption. The dull, tarnished surface of the sword reflected my own despair. The black, oily residue clung to the blade like a shroud, a visual representation of the corruption that had seeped into its very essence. The weight of my actions pressed down on me, heavier than any weapon I had ever wielded. I had saved Sorrow Lake, but at what cost? Had I irrevocably damaged the one weapon that could stand against Nyx? Lyra, sensing my distress, placed a hand on my arm, her touch gentle and reassuring. "Don't blame yourself, Kaelin," she said, her voice soft. "You did what you thought was right. You saved those people." "But the sword," I stammered, my voice filled with anguish. "It's corrupted. I've ruined it." Lyra examined the blade, her brow furrowed with concern. "It is affected," she conceded, "but not ruined. The light is still there, albeit dimmed. We just need to find a way to cleanse it, to restore its power." Malik, ever the pragmatist, chimed in. "First things first," he said. "Let's get you cleaned up. That poison can't be good for you." He was right. My body was trembling, my skin was burning, and my head was pounding. I was suffering the after effects of exposure to the concentrated poison. With the help of the villagers, we set up a camp near the lake. They provided us with clean water, fresh food, and a safe place to rest. While I recuperated, Lyra and Malik worked tirelessly to find a way to cleanse the sword. Lyra consulted ancient texts, seeking forgotten lore and forgotten remedies. She experimented with herbs, minerals, and incantations, trying to find the right combination to dispel the corruption. Malik, meanwhile, scoured the surrounding area, searching for rare ingredients and hidden springs. Days turned into nights, and still, the black residue clung stubbornly to the blade, resisting every attempt to remove it. The villagers grew restless, their initial gratitude slowly turning into suspicion and fear. They whispered among themselves, wondering if we had brought a new curse upon them. Doubt began to creep back into my mind, amplified by the villagers' whispers and the sword's stubborn corruption. Was I truly the hero they believed me to be? Or was I just a fool, destined to fail, a weaver who had tangled the threads of fate beyond repair? One evening, as I sat alone by the lake, watching the sunset, a young girl approached me. She was the daughter of the old woman who had first greeted us, a bright, inquisitive child with eyes that sparkled with intelligence. "Why are you so sad?" she asked, her voice filled with genuine concern. I sighed, looking at the tarnished sword resting beside me. I messed up, I said. I tried to help, but I made things worse. The girl sat down beside me, her gaze fixed on the blade. The sword is still beautiful, she said, even with the black stuff on it. But it's not as strong as it used to be, I said. I'm afraid I've ruined it. The girl shook her head. The sword is not the only thing that matters, she said. It's the person who wields it. You are strong, Kaelin. You are brave. You can still save the world. Her words touched me deeply, reminding me of the importance of hope and the power of belief. I looked at the girl, at her innocent face and her unwavering faith, and I felt a surge of determination. I would not give up. I would not succumb to despair. I would find a way to cleanse the sword and restore its power. Inspired by the girl's words, I joined Lyra and Malik in their efforts. I studied the ancient texts. I experimented with the herbs and minerals, and I meditated on the nature of the darkness and how to defeat it. Finally, after weeks of tireless searching and experimentation, Lyra made a breakthrough. She discovered a rare flower that grew only in the deepest parts of the darkened forest, a flower that possessed the power to absorb and purify corruption. The flower was called the Lumina, and it was said to bloom only in the presence of pure light. It was a symbol of hope, a testament to the enduring power of good. Lyra and Malik ventured back into the darkened forest, braving its lingering shadows and its twisted creatures, in search of the Lumina. They returned after several days, exhausted but triumphant, carrying a single, delicate flower, its petals glowing with an ethereal light. With the Lumina in hand, we prepared for the final cleansing ritual. We gathered the villagers around the lake, asking them to focus their thoughts on hope and healing. We built a bonfire, its flames reaching towards the sky, creating a circle of light and warmth. Lyra placed the Lumina in a bowl of pure water, allowing its essence to infuse the liquid. She then sprinkled the water onto the sword, chanting ancient words of power and purification. The black residue on the blade began to shimmer and dissolve, slowly fading away as the light of the Lumina spread outwards. The sword began to glow, its light intensifying, pushing back the darkness. The villagers gasped, their faces filled with awe. They cheered and wept as the sword was reborn, its power restored. I picked up the sword, feeling its warmth and its strength in my hand. It was as good as new, perhaps even stronger. I raised the sword high above my head, its light shining brightly. I had done it. I had cleansed the sword, and I had restored hope to Sorrow Lake. But as I looked at the faces of the villagers, I saw a new worry clouding their eyes. They had heard rumors of a monstrous beast that roamed the mountains to the east, a beast that terrorized travelers and devoured entire villages. The beast was said to be a servant of Nyx, a creature of pure darkness and destruction. The villagers begged us to help them, to slay the beast and protect them from its wrath. They knew that we were their only hope. I looked at Lyra, at Malik, at the faces of the villagers. I knew what we had to do. "We will help you," I said. "We will slay the beast and protect you from its wrath." We prepared for our journey to the mountains, steeling ourselves for the challenge ahead. The monster was going to get it. The stain of corruption had been cleansed from the sword, but the stain of injustice burned brightly in my heart. We headed towards the mountains and prepared for another battle. Chapter 13. The Ascent to the Beast's Lair. The journey to the mountains was a stark contrast to the cleansing we had just accomplished at Sorrow Lake. Instead of the promise of renewed life, we were heading towards a place of fear and destruction. The air grew thin and cold as we ascended, the once-lush landscape giving way to jagged rocks and sparse vegetation. The sun, usually a comforting presence, hid behind a veil of gray clouds, casting long, ominous shadows. The higher we climbed, the more palpable the monster's presence became. The trees were scarred with deep claw marks, the ground was littered with shattered bones, and the air reeked of decay and fear. Even the wind seemed to carry a mournful cry, a testament to the creature's reign of terror. The villagers had described the beast as a colossal monstrosity, a fusion of different animals, imbued with dark magic. It had the claws of a bear, the fangs of a wolf, the wings of a bat, and the scales of a serpent. Its roar was said to shatter stone, and its gaze was capable of turning men to stone. As we climbed, we discussed our strategy, trying to devise a plan that would give us a chance against such a formidable foe. Lyra suggested using the sunstone to weaken the beast, while Malik proposed using his tracking skills to lure it into a trap. I, armed with the now cleansed sword, would be responsible for delivering the final blow. "We need to work together," Lyra said, her voice serious. "This beast is unlike anything we've faced before. It's powerful, cunning, and relentless. One mistake could be our last." We reached a narrow pass, the wind howling around us like a banshee. The path ahead was blocked by a massive boulder, its surface covered in what looked like dried blood. "This is it," Malik said, his face grim. "The beast's lair is just beyond this pass." Lyra raised the sunstone, its light pushing back the shadows and revealing the path ahead. We cautiously approached the boulder, our weapons drawn. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. The boulder shifted, revealing a dark, gaping maw that led into the heart of the mountain. A deafening roar echoed from within, shaking the very foundations of the earth. The beast emerged, a colossal monstrosity that dwarfed even our wildest imaginations. It was a nightmarish fusion of different animals, its body a grotesque patchwork of scales, fur, and feathers. Its eyes burned with a malevolent red light, and its fangs dripped with a viscous black fluid. The beast spread its massive wings, casting a shadow over us. The air grew thick with the stench of decay, and the ground trembled beneath its weight. We stood our ground, our hearts pounding in our chests, our minds racing. This was it, the moment of truth. The beast roared again, shattering the silence and unleashing a torrent of wind that nearly knocked us off our feet. It lunged towards us, its claws extended, its fangs bared. Lyra reacted quickly, unleashing a beam of golden light from the sunstone. The light struck the beast, causing it to recoil in pain. Its scales shimmered and cracked, and its roar turned into a shriek of agony. Malik seized the opportunity, throwing a net made of woven vines and sharpened stones at the beast's feet. The net snagged around its legs, tripping it and sending it crashing to the ground. I charged forward, the sword held high, ready to deliver the final blow. The beast struggled to its feet, its eyes fixed on me with a mixture of hatred and fear. It roared again, a deafening blast of sound that nearly deafened me. It spread its wings, preparing to take flight. I knew that I had to act fast. If the beast took to the air, we would have no chance of defeating it. I channeled all my energy into the sword, focusing my will and unleashing the power of the light. The blade glowed with an intense brilliance, banishing the shadows and illuminating the beast in its full, monstrous glory. I leaped forward, closing the distance between us, and brought the sword down upon the beast's head. The blade pierced its thick scales, severing its skull and releasing a torrent of black blood. The beast roared one last time, a mournful cry of pain and defeat. Its body convulsed, its wings twitched, and then it collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Silence descended upon the mountain. The wind died down, the clouds parted, and the sun shone through, casting a warm, golden light over the scene. We stood there, panting, exhausted but triumphant. We had slain the beast, and we had brought peace to the mountains. But as I looked at the creature's lifeless body, I felt a pang of sadness. It was a monster, yes, but it was also a victim of Nyx's corruption. It had been twisted and distorted, transformed into a weapon of destruction. I realized that our fight was not just against the creatures of darkness, but against the darkness itself, against the forces that sought to corrupt and destroy. We descended the mountain, our hearts filled with hope and our spirits renewed. We had faced the beast, and we had emerged victorious. As we walked, I pondered about what corrupted the beast. The villagers had told us stories, but those were only rumors. We needed to know more about Nyx and how to prevent this from happening again. As we descended the mountain, we noticed a small house next to a cliff. It was an old and abandoned house. Chapter 14. Echoes of the Past in the Cliffside Cabin. The discovery of the small, abandoned cabin perched precariously near the cliff's edge piqued our curiosity. In the stark and desolate landscape of the mountains, it seemed an anomaly, a testament to a life once lived in this unforgiving environment. It was also a potential source of information, a place where we might find clues about the beast, Nyx, or the forces of corruption that plagued the land. Approaching the cabin cautiously, we noticed its weathered exterior and the signs of neglect that spoke of years of abandonment. The wooden walls were cracked and faded, the roof was partially collapsed, and the windows were boarded up. The only sign of recent activity was a narrow, overgrown path leading to the front door. Hesitantly, we pushed open the creaking door and stepped inside. The air was stale and musty, thick with the scent of dust and decay. The interior was dark and cramped, lit only by the faint light that filtered through the cracks in the walls. The cabin consisted of a single room, sparsely furnished with a few basic items. There was a rickety wooden table, a couple of broken chairs, a rusted stove, and a dilapidated bed. The walls were lined with shelves, most of which were empty, but a few contained books, scrolls, and various trinkets. "This place has been abandoned for a long time," Malik observed, his eyes scanning the room. "But it looks like someone lived here. someone who was interested in more than just survival. Lyra raised the sunstone, its light illuminating the cabin's interior, revealing more details. We noticed a collection of maps, charts, and diagrams scattered across the table, depicting the surrounding mountains, the valleys below, and even the stars above. There were also several journals and notebooks, filled with handwritten notes, sketches, and observations. "This looks like the home of a scholar or a researcher," Lyra said, her fingers tracing the lines of a faded map. "Someone who was interested in the history and the mysteries of these mountains." I approached the shelves, my gaze drawn to the books and scrolls. I picked up a dusty volume, its pages yellowed and brittle. The title was written in an ancient language, one that I recognized from the carvings in the echoing caves. "I think I can translate this," I said, my fingers tracing the strange symbols. "It's about the history of the mountains, the legends of the ancient tribes who once lived here, and the secrets of the natural world." I began to read aloud, translating the ancient text into our common tongue. The book told of a time when the mountains were a place of peace and harmony, when the tribes lived in balance with nature, and when the land was blessed with prosperity and abundance. But then the book continued. A shadow fell upon the mountains, a force of darkness that corrupted the land and turned the tribes against each other. The shadow was personified by a malevolent entity, a being of pure evil that sought to dominate the world. The entity was named Nyx. As I read, the pieces began to fall into place. The cabin, the scholar, the beast, the corruption. It all started to make sense. "This scholar must have been researching Nyx," I said, my voice filled with excitement. "He must have discovered the source of the corruption and the way to defeat it." We searched the cabin thoroughly, examining every book, every scroll, every map, every trinket. We pieced together the scholar's research, tracing his footsteps and unraveling the mysteries of the past. We learned that the scholar had dedicated his life to studying Nyx, seeking to understand his origins, his powers, and his weaknesses. He had discovered that Nyx was not a natural phenomenon, but a being of pure darkness, created by the negative emotions of the world. The scholar had also discovered that Nyx's power was tied to specific locations, places where the darkness was concentrated. These locations were marked by signs of corruption, such as poisoned waters, twisted forests, and haunted caves. The scholar had believed that the only way to defeat Nyx was to cleanse these corrupted locations, to restore the balance and harmony of the world. He had embarked on a quest to find these locations and to purify them, armed with his knowledge, his courage, and his faith. But somewhere along the way, the scholar had failed. He had disappeared, leaving behind his cabin and his research, his fate unknown. We examined the scholar's journals, hoping to find clues about his final destination. We discovered a map marked with several locations, each one associated with a sign of corruption. One location was circled in red, with a note written beside it: "The ancient temple of the sun, the key to Nyx's power." The ancient temple of the sun. It was a place we had heard of in legends, a place said to be the source of all light and energy in the world. It was also said to be guarded by powerful spirits and ancient traps. We realized that the scholar must have been heading towards the ancient temple when he disappeared. He must have believed that it was the key to defeating Nyx. We looked at each other, our faces filled with determination. We knew what we had to do. "We have to go to the ancient temple," Lyra said, her voice resolute. "We have to find out what happened to the scholar, and we have to stop Nyx from corrupting it." We left the cabin, our hearts filled with a mixture of hope and trepidation. The path ahead was fraught with danger, but we were not afraid. We were the weaver of shifting sands, the protector of the sunstone, and the friends of the people. We were ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. We were ready to fight for the light. We were ready to fight for hope. We were ready to fight for a better future. But before leaving, I grabbed the scholar's favorite book. Chapter 15. The Sunken Path to the Temple's Gate. The ancient Temple of the Sun was a legend whispered in hushed tones, a place of immense power and profound mystery. According to the scholar's notes, it was not located on any map, its entrance hidden by ancient enchantments and guarded by trials that tested the worthiness of those who sought its secrets. The path to the temple, we learned, was not one of physical distance, but one of spiritual and mental fortitude. After deciphering the scholar's cryptic clues, we realized that the temple's entrance lay hidden beneath the waters of a seemingly ordinary lake, known as the Mirror Lake due to its still, reflective surface. The lake, however, was anything but ordinary. It was said to be a gateway to another dimension, a place where the veil between worlds was thin, and where illusions and temptations could easily lead one astray. The journey to Mirror Lake was uneventful in terms of physical challenges, but the oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily on our spirits. The closer we got, the more palpable the sense of ancient power became, a force that both intrigued and intimidated. Reaching the lake, we were greeted by a scene of serene beauty. The water was crystal clear, reflecting the surrounding mountains like a perfect mirror. The air was still and silent, broken only by the gentle lapping of the waves against the shore. However, beneath the surface of this tranquility, we could sense a hidden danger, a subtle distortion of reality that hinted at the magical enchantments that guarded the temple's entrance. "This place is deceptive," Lyra said, her eyes scanning the lake's surface. "It looks peaceful, but I can sense a powerful magic at work. We must be careful." Following the scholar's instructions, we performed a series of rituals, reciting ancient incantations and offering symbolic gifts to the spirits of the lake. As we chanted, the water began to shimmer and swirl, the reflections distorting and changing. Suddenly, a path emerged from the depths of the lake, a shimmering, ethereal walkway that led towards the center of the water. The path was narrow and precarious, barely wide enough for one person to walk on, and it seemed to be composed of pure light. "This is it," I said, my voice filled with awe. "The path to the temple's gate. We must be worthy of it." We stepped onto the path cautiously, our hearts pounding in our chests. The path was surprisingly solid, but it felt strangely insubstantial, as if we were walking on air. As we progressed, the lake began to transform around us. The water turned a deep sapphire blue, and the sky above us became filled with stars. The air grew warmer, and the scent of exotic flowers filled our nostrils. We realized that we were no longer in the same world. We had crossed the threshold into another dimension, a realm of magic and enchantment. The path led us towards a small island in the center of the lake, an island that was shrouded in mist and shadow. As we drew closer, we could make out the faint outline of a structure, a massive gate that seemed to be made of pure light. The temple's gate, our destination. But as we approached the gate, a voice echoed through the air, a deep, resonant voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Halt, travelers," the voice boomed. "You have come far, but you cannot pass. Only those who are worthy may enter the temple of the sun. To prove your worth, you must face the trials that lie ahead." Suddenly, the path beneath our feet began to crumble, and the lake began to churn and swirl. The sky above us turned a stormy gray, and the air grew cold and bitter. We were surrounded by illusions, temptations, and challenges, each one designed to test our resolve and our worthiness. We had to navigate treacherous puzzles, battle fearsome guardians, and resist the allure of forbidden knowledge. We had to confront our deepest fears, our greatest regrets, and our most powerful desires. Lyra used her wisdom and her knowledge to solve the puzzles, guiding us through the labyrinthine traps. Malik used his strength and his courage to defeat the guardians, protecting us from their attacks. I used the sword to banish the illusions, to resist the temptations, and to stay true to our purpose. I remembered the scholar's words, the sacrifices he had made, and the hope that still flickered within me. We faced each trial with courage and determination, relying on each other, supporting each other, and never giving up. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, we reached the temple's gate. The gate shimmered and glowed, its light radiating outwards, illuminating the path ahead. The voice echoed through the air once more, this time softer, more gentle. "You have proven your worth," the voice said. "You may enter the temple of the sun. May its light guide you on your journey." The gate opened before us, revealing a path that led into the heart of the temple. We stepped through the gate, our hearts filled with a mixture of awe and trepidation. The ancient temple was in front of us, but it had dark energy flowing through it. Chapter 16. The Heart of the Temple and the Shadow's Claim. Stepping through the gate felt like stepping into the heart of creation. The air thrummed with a palpable energy, a living force that resonated deep within my soul. The oppressive atmosphere that had clung to us during our journey evaporated, replaced by a sense of profound peace and unwavering hope. The temple's interior was a breathtaking spectacle of light and shadow, of intricate architecture and natural beauty. Towering pillars of polished obsidian reflected the radiant light that streamed from a massive, crystalline structure suspended in the center of the chamber, the sunstone source. The walls were adorned with intricate carvings that depicted scenes of cosmic creation, of the eternal dance between light and darkness, and of the cyclical nature of life and death. However, the beauty of the temple was tainted by a subtle, yet undeniable corruption. The light from the source flickered intermittently, casting long, distorted shadows that danced across the walls. The air carried a faint, metallic scent, and a low, guttural hum reverberated throughout the chamber, a dissonance that jarred against the otherwise harmonious atmosphere. "I can feel it," Lyra said, her voice hushed with reverence and alarm. "Nyx's influence is here. He has corrupted the temple's energy." We proceeded cautiously, our senses on high alert. The path led us towards the source, a majestic crystal that pulsed with a vibrant golden light. As we drew closer, we noticed a figure standing before the source, shrouded in shadows, his back turned towards us. The figure emanated a palpable aura of darkness, a chilling presence that seemed to drain the light from the chamber. The air grew colder, the shadows deepened, and the guttural hum intensified, resonating with a malevolent energy that made my skin crawl. "Nyx," I whispered, my hand instinctively reaching for the sword. The figure turned slowly, revealing a face that was both familiar and horrifying. It was the scholar, the researcher who had dedicated his life to studying Nyx. But his face was contorted with pain and madness, his eyes burning with a malevolent red light. "You have come too late," the scholar rasped, his voice a distorted echo of his former self. "Nyx has claimed this temple, and there is nothing you can do to stop him." He raised his hands, and a wave of dark energy surged towards us, knocking us off our feet. We crashed to the ground, gasping for air. "I tried to resist him," the scholar continued, his voice filled with a mixture of anguish and triumph. "I tried to protect the temple, but he was too strong. He showed me the truth, the futility of hope, the inevitability of darkness." He approached the source, his hands outstretched, and began to chant in an ancient language. The source flickered violently, its light dimming, and the shadows deepened, engulfing the chamber in darkness. "The temple is mine now," the scholar declared, his voice resonating with Nyx's power. "And with it, I will plunge the world into eternal darkness." Lyra struggled to her feet, her face filled with horror. "We cannot let him do this," she said. "We must stop him, Kaelin." I nodded, summoning my strength and rising to face the corrupted scholar. This was it, the moment we had been preparing for, the final confrontation with the forces of darkness. But as I looked at the scholar, I hesitated. He was not truly Nyx, but a victim of his corruption, a broken man who had been twisted and manipulated by the darkness. Could I bring myself to strike him down? "You don't have to do this," I said, my voice filled with compassion. "You can still fight him. You can still break free from his control." The scholar laughed, a hollow, mirthless sound that echoed through the chamber. "It's too late for me," he said. "I am already lost, but you can still save yourselves. Leave this temple and Nyx may spare you." "We will not leave," Lyra said, her voice resolute. "We will fight you, and we will restore the light to this temple." The scholar sighed, his face filled with regret. "Then you leave me no choice," he said. "Prepare to face the power of Nyx." He unleashed another wave of dark energy, this time stronger, more focused. The energy slammed against us, knocking us backwards. Malik, though, stood his ground and faced the corrupted scholar. The battle began. Chapter 17. A Battle for the Soul of Light. Malik, though not wielding a blade of shimmering light or possessing the Sunstone's power, stood firm against the corrupted scholar, a bulwark against the encroaching darkness. He relied on his honed instincts, his brute strength, and his unwavering loyalty to us. He knew he couldn't defeat the scholar alone, but he could buy us time to formulate a plan, time to find a way to break Nyx's hold. The scholar, infused with Nyx's power, moved with unnatural speed and agility, conjuring blasts of dark energy and shadowy tendrils that lashed out at Malik. He fought defensively, dodging the attacks, weaving through the shadows, and using the temple's architecture to his advantage. "Lyra Kalen, you need to focus on the source," Malik yelled, deflecting another blast of dark energy with his makeshift shield. "I can hold him off for a while, but I can't defeat him." Lyra nodded, her face determined. She focused her will, channeling her energy into the Sunstone, and began to chant in an ancient language. The Sunstone pulsed with a vibrant light, pushing back the darkness and creating a small sphere of safety around us. I struggled to my feet, my mind racing. I knew that Malik was right. We had to focus on the source, the heart of the temple's power, the key to defeating Nyx. But how? The scholar was guarding the source, and he was too powerful for us to face directly. We needed a distraction, a way to draw his attention away from the source, to give us an opening. I remembered the scholar's journals, the notes he had taken, the research he had conducted. I remembered his fascination with Nyx's origins, his desire to understand the darkness. I realized that I could use that knowledge against him, to exploit his curiosity and his obsession. I could challenge his beliefs, question his motives, and sow seeds of doubt in his mind. I stepped forward, my gaze fixed on the scholar, and began to speak. "You said that Nyx showed you the truth," I said, my voice echoing through the chamber. "But what if he lied to you? What if he only showed you what he wanted you to see?" The scholar paused, his eyes narrowing. "What are you talking about?" he asked, his voice filled with suspicion. "You dedicated your life to studying Nyx," I continued. "You wanted to understand him, to find a way to defeat him. But what if you were wrong about him? What if he's not as powerful as you think he is? What if he's just a scared little boy who are afraid of the light?" The scholar's face contorted with anger. "You dare to question me," he snarled. "You know nothing about Nyx. You know nothing about the darkness." "I know that he's using you," I said. "I know that he's manipulating you. I know that you're not truly evil, that there's still good inside you." The scholar hesitated. His eyes flickered with uncertainty. I could see the internal conflict raging within him, the battle between the light and the darkness. "It's not too late to break free," I said, my voice filled with compassion. "You can still choose the light. You can still save yourself." The scholar closed his eyes, his face etched with pain. He took a deep breath, and then, to my surprise, he opened his eyes and smiled. "You're right," he said, his voice filled with a newfound clarity. "I have been a fool. I allowed Nyx to deceive me, to use me for his own purposes, but no more. I will not let him control me any longer." He raised his hands, and a wave of dark energy surged through the chamber. But this time, the energy was different. It was not destructive, but transformative. It was not meant to harm us, but to heal us. The scholar unleashed his full power, channeling the energy of the source, the energy of the light, and directing it towards Nyx's influence within himself. He fought against the darkness, battling for control of his own body, his own mind, his own soul. The chamber trembled, the source pulsed with a blinding light, and the scholar screamed in agony. It was a battle of epic proportions, a struggle between the forces of good and evil, a fight for the very soul of light. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, the screaming stopped. The chamber grew still, the source shone brightly, and the scholar stood before us, his face radiant with peace. Nyx was gone. He had been banished from the scholar's mind, expelled from the temple's heart. The corruption was lifted, and the light was restored. The scholar smiled, a gentle, knowing smile. "Thank you," he said, his voice filled with gratitude. "You have saved me. You have saved the temple. You have saved the world." But as he spoke, his body began to fade, his form flickering and fading. He was not long for this world. Chapter 18. A farewell to the light and a prophecy unveiled. As we watched, the scholar's physical form continued to dissipate, becoming more and more translucent with each passing moment. The radiant light emanating from the source seemed to draw him towards it, as if he were a moth drawn to a flame. There was no pain, no struggle, only a serene acceptance of his fate. He had atoned for his mistakes, purged the darkness within, and now he was ready to return to the source, to become one with the light. "I don't understand," Lyra said, her voice filled with sorrow. "Why is he fading away? We saved him, didn't we?" The scholar smiled gently. "You did save me," he said, his voice growing fainter. "You freed me from Nyx's control, and for that I will be eternally grateful. But my body, it cannot withstand the power of the source. I have been corrupted for too long. I am simply returning to where I belong." He turned towards the source, his eyes filled with reverence. "Before I go," he said, "there is something I must tell you. A prophecy revealed to me by the light, a vision of the future." He paused, taking a deep breath, and then began to speak in a clear, resonant voice, his words echoing through the chamber. "The darkness will rise again," he said. "Nyx will return stronger than ever. He will seek to corrupt the source, to plunge the world into eternal night. But there is hope. A weaver, a protector, and a guardian will stand against him. They will face trials beyond imagining, and they will make sacrifices beyond measure. But in the end, they will triumph. They will restore the balance, and they will usher in a new age of light." He looked at us, his eyes shining with an ethereal glow. "You are the weaver, the protector, and the guardian," he said. "You are the chosen ones. You are the hope of the world." He paused, taking another deep breath, and then spoke his final words. "Remember the prophecy," he said. "Remember the light, and never give up." With those words, his body dissolved completely, becoming one with the light of the source. The chamber fell silent, filled only with the radiant energy of the crystal and the echoes of the scholar's prophecy. We stood there for a long moment, absorbing the weight of his words, contemplating the future that lay before us. We were the chosen ones, the hope of the world, but we were also just ordinary people, facing extraordinary challenges. Could we truly live up to the prophecy? Could we truly defeat Nyx and restore the balance? Lyra placed a hand on my shoulder, her touch gentle and reassuring. "We can do this, Kaelin," she said, her voice filled with conviction. "We have each other and we have the light. We will face whatever challenges lie ahead and we will never give up." Malik nodded in agreement. "We've come this far," he said. "We're not going to back down now. We'll fight until the very end." I looked at my friends, at their unwavering faith and their unwavering support, and I felt a surge of determination. We were not alone. We had each other, and we had the light. We would face whatever challenges lay ahead, and we would never give up. We spent several days in the temple, studying the ancient texts, meditating on the power of the source, and preparing ourselves for the journey ahead. We learned more about Nyx, about his origins, his powers, and his weaknesses. We also learned more about ourselves, about our strengths, our weaknesses, and our destinies. As we prepared to leave, I returned to the spot where the scholar had faded away. I knelt down, placing my hand on the smooth, cool surface of the stone floor. I closed my eyes, focusing my will and channeling my energy. I wanted to thank the scholar for his sacrifice, for his wisdom, and for his prophecy. I wanted to let him know that we would not let him down, that we would honor his memory by fighting for the light. As I meditated, I felt a presence, a gentle warmth that enveloped me. It was the scholar's spirit reaching out to me from beyond the veil. "Thank you," I whispered, my voice filled with emotion. "We will not let you down. We will fight for the light. We will save the world." The presence faded away, leaving me with a sense of peace and renewed purpose. I stood up, my gaze resolute, and turned towards my friends. "It's time to go," I said. "The world is waiting for us." We left the temple, stepping back into the ordinary world, but we were no longer the same people who had entered. We were changed, transformed, destined for greatness. As we emerged from the lake, we saw a figure waiting for us on the shore. It was a woman, dressed in simple clothes, her face hidden by a hood. As she walked towards us, she started to speak. Chapter 19: The Oracle of Whispering Woods. As we emerged from the shimmering waters of Mirror Lake, the figure waiting on the shore radiated an air of quiet authority. She was draped in simple, earth-toned robes, her face obscured by a deep cowl that cast her features in shadow. Her presence felt both familiar and alien, as if she were a part of the landscape itself, a silent observer who had witnessed the passage of ages. As she approached, her voice, soft yet resonant, broke the tranquil silence. "The Weaver, the Protector, and the Guardian," she intoned, her words carrying a weight of ancient knowledge. "The temple has tested you and you have emerged worthy. But the journey ahead is fraught with peril. The shadows lengthen and Nyx's influence spreads like a plague." Lyra stepped forward, her gaze steady. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice respectful yet cautious. "And how do you know about us?" The woman lowered her cowl, revealing a face etched with wisdom and experience. Her eyes, the color of twilight, seemed to see beyond the surface, peering into the depths of our souls. "I am known as the Oracle of Whispering Woods," she said, her voice gentle yet firm. "I am a guide, a seer, a keeper of ancient knowledge. I have watched you from afar, witnessing your triumphs and your struggles. I know your destinies, and I know the path that lies before you." She gestured towards a dense forest that bordered the lake, its trees towering and ancient, their branches intertwined to form a verdant canopy that blocked out the sun. "The Whispering Woods hold the answers you seek," she said. "Within its depths lies a secret, a truth that can help you defeat Nyx and restore the balance." I stepped forward, intrigued by her words. "What kind of secret?" I asked. "What kind of truth?" The oracle smiled, a knowing, enigmatic expression. "That is for you to discover," she said. "The woods will reveal their secrets only to those who are worthy, to those who are willing to face their fears and confront their pasts." She warned us that the Whispering Woods were a place of both beauty and danger. The trees themselves were sentient, their spirits connected to the ancient magic that permeated the forest. They could offer guidance and protection, but they could also mislead and ensnare those who were not pure of heart. To navigate the woods safely, she instructed us to listen to the whispers of the trees, to follow our instincts, and to trust each other. She also gave us a set of runes, small stones inscribed with ancient symbols, which would help us interpret the trees' messages and avoid the forest's traps. "The path through the woods is not linear," she cautioned. "It will twist and turn, leading you through trials and temptations. But if you remain true to yourselves, if you hold on to hope, you will find what you seek." Before we could ask any further questions, the oracle turned and began to walk towards the Whispering Woods. "Follow me," she said. "The journey begins now." We exchanged glances, our hearts filled with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. We knew that the Whispering Woods were a dangerous place, but we also knew that they held the key to defeating Nyx. Without hesitation, we followed the oracle into the forest, leaving behind the familiar world and entering a realm of magic and mystery. As we ventured deeper into the woods, the trees began to whisper, their voices soft and melodious, their words unintelligible. The air grew thick with the scent of wild flowers and damp earth, and the shadows lengthened, creating an atmosphere of both enchantment and unease. The oracle led us along a winding path, her movements fluid and graceful, as if she were dancing with the trees. She paused occasionally, listening to the whispers, and then pointed us in the direction we should go. We consulted the runes, using them to interpret the trees' messages and to guide us through the forest's labyrinthine paths. The runes revealed fragments of the past, glimpses of the future, and warnings about the dangers that lay ahead. We encountered strange creatures, both benevolent and malevolent, who tested our courage, our wisdom, and our compassion. We helped lost spirits find their way. We defended innocent creatures from harm, and we resisted the temptation to stray from our path. The Whispering Woods were not just a physical landscape, but a reflection of our inner selves. They mirrored our fears, our desires, and our hopes. They challenged us to confront our pasts, to embrace our destinies, and to become the people we were meant to be. After days of wandering through the woods, we finally reached our destination, a clearing in the heart of the forest, bathed in an ethereal light. In the center of the clearing stood a towering tree, its trunk wider than any we had ever seen. its branches reaching towards the sky like supplicating arms. This was the great wood, the heart of the whispering woods, the source of its ancient magic. And standing beneath the great wood was a figure cloaked in shadows, a figure that radiated an aura of immense power. Nyx. We had finally come face to face with our enemy. The end was near. Chapter 20. The Heart of the Woods, the Roots of Darkness. The figure beneath the great wood radiated an aura of malevolent power that nearly buckled my knees. This was no longer the shadowy presence we had sensed in the temple, nor the corrupted scholar clinging to the source. This was Nyx, the architect of despair, the embodiment of darkness, in a form more tangible and terrifying than we had ever imagined. He was tall and gaunt, his skin the color of ash, his eyes burning with a cold red light. He wore a cloak of woven shadows that seemed to absorb the light around him, and he carried a staff of twisted bone that pulsed with dark energy. The whispers of the trees, which had been guiding us through the forest, now coalesced into a chorus of tormented screams, amplifying the fear that threatened to overwhelm me. Lyra stepped forward, her face resolute, the sunstone glowing brightly in her hand. "Nyx," she said, her voice ringing with defiance, "your reign of terror ends here. We will not allow you to corrupt this world any further." Nyx smiled, a cruel, mirthless expression that sent shivers down my spine. "You are fools to think you can stop me," he said, his voice a chilling whisper that seemed to echo from the depths of my soul. "I am the darkness. I am eternal. You cannot destroy what has always been and always will be." He raised his staff, and the ground beneath our feet began to tremble. The trees around us twisted and writhed, their branches reaching out like skeletal arms, their leaves turning black and withering. The ethereal light that had bathed the clearing faded, replaced by an oppressive gloom. "The whispering woods were once a place of power," Nyx continued, "a nexus of magic and life, but I have corrupted them, twisted them to my will. Now they are a source of despair, a breeding ground for darkness." He gestured towards the great wood, its once majestic form now contorted and grotesque, its leaves drooping like tears. "Even this ancient tree, the heart of the woods, is withering under my influence. There is nothing you can do to save it." I clenched my fist, my heart filled with anger and determination. I would not let him win. I would not let him destroy the whispering woods. I would fight for the light, for hope, for a better future. "You're wrong, Nyx," I said, my voice trembling but firm. "We will not give up. We will not let you corrupt this world. We will fight you until our last breath." Nyx laughed, a mocking, scornful sound that echoed through the forest. "Brave words," he said, "but words are meaningless. Only power matters, and I possess the power to crush you, to break you, to plunge this world into eternal darkness." He unleashed a torrent of dark energy from his staff, a wave of pure malice that slammed into us with the force of a hurricane. Lyra raised the sunstone, deflecting the energy, but the impact knocked us off our feet. We crashed to the ground, gasping for air. The forest around us was transformed, the once beautiful clearing now a scene of devastation. The trees were blackened and broken, the ground was scarred and barren, and the air was thick with the stench of decay. Nyx approached us, his eyes burning with triumph. "It's over," he said. "You have failed. The darkness has won." But as he spoke, I felt a surge of energy coursing through me. The runes that the oracle had given us, the runes that had guided us through the woods, began to glow, radiating a warm, comforting light. I realized that the runes were not just tools, but conduits, connecting us to the ancient magic of the Whispering Woods. They were drawing power from the Great Wood, channeling its energy into us, strengthening our resolve and bolstering our spirits. I looked at Lyra and Malik, and I saw that they were experiencing the same surge of energy. Their faces were filled with determination, their eyes shining with hope. We struggled to our feet, our bodies aching, our minds reeling, but our spirits unbound. We were the weaver, the protector, and the guardian. We were the chosen ones. We were the hope of the world. And we would not give up. "You may have corrupted this forest, Nyx," I said, my voice echoing with newfound strength. "But you have not broken its spirit. The Whispering Woods are still alive, and they will help us defeat you." I raised the sword, its light shining brightly. "By the power of the Great Wood, by the will of the Weaver, I banish you, darkness," I cried, my voice echoing through the forest. With a mighty swing, I unleashed the sword's power, sending a beam of pure light towards Nyx. The beam struck him directly in the chest, causing him to recoil in pain. He staggered backwards, clutching at his chest, his body racked with convulsions. The darkness around him began to dissipate, revealing a glimpse of the tormented soul beneath. "You cannot defeat me," he roared, his voice filled with desperation. "I am the darkness, I am eternal." He unleashed another torrent of dark energy from his staff, but this time it was weaker, less focused. Lyra raised the sunstone, deflecting the energy, and Malik charged forward, attacking Nyx with his makeshift weapon. The battle began anew, the forces of light and darkness clashing in the heart of the Whispering Woods. The fate of the world hung in the balance. Now was the time to protect everyone and defeat Nyx. Chapter 21. The Dance of Light and Shadow Beneath the Great Wood. The air crackled with energy as Lyra, and I moved into coordinated positions, her wielding the sunstone's focused radiance and me the weaving blade. Malik, ever the pragmatist, knew his limitations against Nyx's raw power, so he darted in and out, a whirlwind of disruptive attacks, aiming for any chink in the Dark Lord's armor. Nyx, momentarily staggered by my initial strike, quickly regained his composure. He was a vortex of dark energy, deflecting Lyra's radiant blasts with shadowy shields, and swatting away Malik's attacks with contemptuous ease. The staff he wielded was more than just a weapon. It was a conduit, channeling the corrupt essence of the Whispering Woods to fuel his power. I observed Nyx's movements, searching for a weakness. His power was immense, but it seemed to be tethered to the Great Wood, drawing sustenance from the forest's corrupted heart. The staff was the key, the instrument through which he controlled and amplified the darkness. "Lyra, focus on the staff," I yelled, dodging a swipe of shadowy energy. "If we can break it, we can weaken him." Lyra nodded, adjusting her aim, and unleashed a concentrated beam of light towards the staff. Nyx, anticipating her attack, raised a shield of pure darkness, deflecting the beam. But the force of the impact caused him to stumble, creating an opening for Malik. Malik, with surprising agility, leaped forward, aiming a kick at Nyx's legs. Nyx, caught off guard, lost his balance, momentarily exposing the staff. I saw my chance. I channeled all my energy into the sword, focusing my will and unleashing the power of the Greatwood. The blade glowed with an intense brilliance, cutting through the darkness and illuminating the battleground. With a swift, decisive strike, I aimed for the staff, severing it in two. A shockwave of energy rippled outwards, shaking the ground and silencing the screams of the trees. Nyx roared in fury, his eyes burning with rage. The darkness around him began to dissipate, revealing a gaunt, skeletal figure beneath. "You fools," he shrieked, his voice cracking with desperation. "You have unleashed something you cannot control." Without the staff to focus his power, the corrupted energy of the Whispering Woods began to backlash, overwhelming him. The trees, sensing his vulnerability, began to turn against him, their branches reaching out like vengeful claws. Nyx struggled to maintain control, but the power of the woods was too strong. The darkness that had once been his weapon now turned against him, consuming him from within. Lyra seized the opportunity, channeling the Sunstone's power into a focused beam of pure light, aimed directly at the Greatwood. The beam struck the tree, and a wave of golden energy washed over the clearing, purifying the corrupted essence and restoring the balance. The trees began to straighten, their branches reaching towards the sky in gratitude. The flowers bloomed anew, their petals shimmering with vibrant colors, and the air grew clean and pure, filled with the scent of life and hope. Nyx screamed in agony as the light burned through his flesh, searing his soul. His body began to disintegrate, his form flickering and fading. "I will return," he hissed, his voice a ghostly whisper. "The darkness will always exist. You cannot destroy what is fundamental." With a final, desperate cry, Nyx vanished, his essence scattered, his reign of terror seemingly over. Silence descended upon the clearing. The oppressive darkness lifted, replaced by a soft, warm glow. The Whispering Woods were healed, their spirit restored. We stood there, panting, exhausted but triumphant. We had defeated Nyx, and we had saved the woods. But as I looked at the Greatwood, I saw something that made my heart sink. The tree was still wounded, its trunk scarred, its branches weakened. It had survived Nyx's corruption, but it was far from healed. I realized that defeating Nyx was not enough. We had to restore the Greatwood to its former glory, to heal the heart of the woods, to ensure that the darkness could never return. Lyra approached the Greatwood, her face filled with compassion. She placed her hand on the tree's trunk, closing her eyes and channeling the Sunstone's energy. The tree responded, its branches swaying gently, its leaves rustling with gratitude. The scars on its trunk began to fade, and its weakened branches began to strengthen. The Whispering Woods were healing, thanks to Lyra's power and the resilience of the Greatwood. But the process was slow, gradual. It would take time for the forest to fully recover. As Lyra healed the tree, I sensed a new presence, a gentle, ethereal energy that radiated from the great wood. It was the spirit of the forest, the ancient guardian who had watched over the woods for centuries. The spirit communicated with me telepathically, sharing its wisdom, its knowledge, and its gratitude. It told me that the Whispering Woods were a sacred place, a nexus of energy, a gateway to other worlds. It also told me that our journey was far from over. Nyx may have been defeated, but his influence still lingered, corrupting other locations, poisoning other hearts. The spirit revealed a vision of the future, a glimpse of the challenges that lay ahead. I saw a city consumed by flames, a sea turned to blood, and a sky filled with darkness. I realized that our battle against Nyx was not just a fight for survival, but a fight for the soul of the world. We had to cleanse the darkness, to restore the balance, to ensure that the light would prevail. I opened my eyes, my gaze resolute. "It's not over," I said to Lyra and Malik. "Nyx may be gone, but the darkness still lingers. We have to keep fighting." Lyra and Malik nodded, their faces filled with determination. They knew that our journey was far from over. The spirit of the Great Wood then revealed a path that we had to take to defeat Nyx once and for all. It was a dangerous path and it was unknown to everyone. But we had to take it, and that was the only option we had. Chapter 22. The Shadowed Path to the Unwritten Lands. The spirit of the Great Wood, having shown me a vision of the challenges yet to come, then imparted a vital piece of knowledge, the existence of the unwritten lands. These were not places found on any map, nor spoken of in any known tongue. They existed outside the conventional boundaries of reality, realms shaped by pure thought and emotion, where the laws of physics bent to the will of the dominant consciousness. The spirit warned that Nyx, in his weakened state, had retreated to the unwritten lands to recuperate and consolidate his power. He was drawing upon the negative emotions of the world, fear, despair, hatred, to fuel his resurgence, twisting these nascent realities to his dark will. To defeat Nyx once and for all, we had to follow him into the unwritten lands and sever his connection to these sources of power. However, the path to these realms was perilous, guarded by formidable entities and shrouded in illusions that could shatter even the strongest minds. The spirit then revealed the key to unlocking the shadowed path, a hidden portal located deep within the forgotten city, a once thriving metropolis now reduced to ruins by a forgotten war. The city was said to be haunted by the ghosts of its former inhabitants, their sorrow and regret clinging to the crumbling walls and shattered monuments. The spirit warned us that the forgotten city was a place of intense emotional resonance, where our own fears and regrets would be amplified, threatening to overwhelm us. To survive, we had to remain steadfast in our purpose, to cling to hope, and to trust in each other. We shared the Spirit's revelations with Lyra and Malik, and without hesitation, we agreed to embark on this new, even more dangerous quest. We knew that the fate of the world depended on our success. Before leaving the Whispering Woods, Lyra performed a final healing ritual on the Great Wood, strengthening its roots and bolstering its defenses. The spirit of the forest expressed its gratitude, promising to watch over us and to guide us whenever possible. As we set out on our journey, the whispering woods seemed to bid us farewell, their trees swaying gently in the breeze, their leaves rustling with encouragement. The oracle of whispering woods appeared at the edge of the forest. May your journey be filled with light. The path to the forgotten city was long and arduous, taking us through treacherous mountain passes, across desolate plains, and through dense, untamed forests. The land seemed to reflect the sorrow and despair that awaited us, its beauty marred by the scars of a forgotten tragedy. We encountered various creatures along the way, some hostile, some benevolent. We battled monstrous beasts twisted by Nyx's influence, and we aided weary travelers struggling to survive in the harsh environment. With each encounter, we grew stronger, our skills honed, our resolve steeled. We learned to rely on each other, to anticipate each other's moves, and to trust each other implicitly. Finally, after weeks of travel, we arrived at the forgotten city. The sight that greeted us was both awe-inspiring and heartbreaking. The city was a sprawling ruin, its once magnificent buildings now crumbling and overgrown with vegetation. The air was thick with the scent of decay, and the silence was broken only by the mournful wail of the wind. As we entered the city, we could feel the weight of its tragic history pressing down on us. The ghosts of its former inhabitants seemed to linger in the shadows, their sorrow and regret permeating every corner of the ruins. "This place is oppressive," Lyra said, her voice hushed with reverence and grief. "I can feel the pain, the loss, the despair." We cautiously explored the city, our senses on high alert. We navigated treacherous streets, climbed crumbling walls, and searched for any sign of the hidden portal. As we ventured deeper into the ruins, we began to encounter the ghosts of the city's former inhabitants. They were spectral figures, their faces etched with sorrow, their eyes filled with longing. They pleaded with us to help them, to avenge their deaths, to restore their city to its former glory. They offered us glimpses of the past, showing us the beauty and the prosperity that had once thrived within these walls. But the ghosts were also deceptive, their memories distorted by grief and their desires twisted by resentment. They tried to mislead us, to lure us into traps, and to turn us against each other. We had to remain steadfast in our purpose, to resist the temptation to dwell on the past, and to focus on the task at hand, finding the hidden portal and confronting Nyx. We spent days searching for the portal, deciphering cryptic clues and navigating treacherous puzzles. We battled spectral guardians, resisted the lure of forbidden knowledge, and confronted our own deepest fears. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, we found it. A hidden chamber beneath the city's central plaza, its walls covered in ancient symbols and its floor bathed in an ethereal light. In the center of the chamber stood a shimmering portal, a gateway to the unwritten lands. As we approached, a voice echoed through the chamber, a voice that was both familiar and terrifying. "You have come far," the voice said, "but you will go no further. The unwritten lands are mine, and you will die defending them." Nyx. We had finally reached the point of no return. We had found the portal to the unwritten lands, and we were ready to face our destiny. The final battle was about to begin. Now we have to enter the portal. But before going further, I wanted to know more about Nyx and why he wants to hurt so many people. Chapter 23: Echoes of Creation in the Forgotten City. Before plunging into the swirling vortex of the portal, a sense of urgency, born not of fear but of profound responsibility, washed over me. The Forgotten City, with its mournful ghosts and crumbling monuments, held a lingering energy, a fragmented echo of a vibrant past. I felt compelled, before facing Nyx in his twisted domain, to understand more about the forces that had led him to this point, to delve into the roots of his despair and corruption. "Wait," I said, halting Lyra and Malik at the edge of the portal. "I need to understand something. The scholar, the spirit of the Great Wood, they all spoke of Nyx as if he were a force of nature, an inevitable darkness. But he wasn't born a monster, was he? Something made him this way." Lyra and Malik exchanged glances, recognizing the gravity of my request. The portal shimmered impatiently, pulsing with an energy that both beckoned and warned. "Kaelin's right," Lyra said, her brow furrowed in thought. "We can't just keep fighting him blindly. We need to understand his motivations, his vulnerabilities. Knowledge is our greatest weapon." Malik nodded in agreement. "But we don't have much time," he cautioned. "Nyx is waiting for us. The longer we delay, the stronger he becomes." I knew they were right. The balance between understanding and action was delicate, especially when the fate of the world hung in the balance. But I couldn't shake the feeling that there was a crucial piece of the puzzle missing, a piece that lay hidden within the ruins of the Forgotten City. "I won't take long," I promised. "Just a quick search, a few questions. I need to understand the echoes of this place, the forces that shaped its destiny. Maybe they can tell us something about Nyx's destiny as well." Lyra and Malik reluctantly agreed, promising to stand guard at the portal while I delved deeper into the ruins. With a sense of purpose, I turned away from the swirling vortex and began to explore the forgotten corners of the city. I sought out the places that resonated most strongly with the past: the ruined library, the shattered temple, the overgrown marketplace. I touched the crumbling walls, ran my fingers over the weathered inscriptions, and listened to the whispers of the wind, hopping to catch a glimpse of the city's lost history. I encountered more ghosts, their forms flickering and fading, their voices filled with sorrow. I spoke with them, listened to their stories, and tried to piece together the events that had led to the city's downfall. Slowly, a picture began to emerge, a story of ambition, betrayal, and unchecked power. The Forgotten City had once been a center of innovation and prosperity, its people renowned for their ingenuity and their mastery of magic. But their ambition had blinded them, leading them to pursue forbidden knowledge and to tamper with forces they did not understand. They had sought to create a utopian society, a world free from suffering and inequality. But in their pursuit of perfection, they had sacrificed their humanity, becoming cold, calculating, and devoid of empathy. Their actions had angered the ancient spirits, who had unleashed a terrible curse upon the city, turning its inhabitants against each other and plunging it into chaos and destruction. The war had been brutal and unforgiving, leaving the city in ruins and its people trapped in a cycle of endless suffering. As I listened to these stories, I began to see a parallel between the fate of the forgotten city and the destiny of Nyx. Both had been driven by a desire for power, both had been blinded by ambition, and both had ultimately succumbed to the darkness within. I realized that Nyx was not just a force of nature, but a product of his environment, a victim of the choices he had made and the circumstances that had shaped his life. He was a mirror reflecting the darkness of the world, a warning about the dangers of unchecked power and the importance of empathy and compassion. With this newfound understanding, I returned to the portal, my heart filled with both sorrow and determination. I shared my findings with Lyra and Malik, explaining the connection between the forgotten city and Nyx's descent into darkness. "This changes everything," Lyra said, her eyes widening with realization. "We can't just defeat Nyx. We have to save him. We have to find a way to reach the good that is still buried deep inside him." "But how?" Malik asked, his face etched with concern. "He's too far gone. He's consumed by the darkness." I looked at my friends, at their unwavering faith and their unwavering hope, and I knew that it was possible. We had faced impossible challenges before, and we had overcome them. "We'll find a way," I said, my voice filled with conviction. "We have to. The fate of the world depends on it." We stepped towards the portal, ready to face Nyx in the unwritten lands, armed not just with our weapons and our skills, but with our understanding of his past, our compassion for his suffering, and our determination to save his soul. As we leaped into the vortex, the memories of the past swirled around us. Chapter 24. The kaleidoscopic chaos of the unwritten lands. The transition into the unwritten lands was unlike anything I had ever experienced. It wasn't a mere shift in location, but a complete dismantling and reformation of reality itself. Colors exploded and merged in ways that defied description. Gravity became a suggestion rather than a law, and the very air hummed with a chaotic energy that tickled my skin and scrambled my thoughts. The unwritten lands were a reflection of consciousness itself, a boundless canvas upon which thoughts and emotions took shape. The landscape shifted constantly, morphing from idyllic meadows to treacherous mountain ranges, from swirling vortexes of light to oppressive voids of darkness, all in the span of a heartbeat. It was a realm of pure imagination, unbound by logic or reason, where anything was possible and nothing was certain. The only constant was the pervasive sense of instability, the feeling that the very ground beneath our feet could vanish at any moment, plunging us into the infinite abyss. "This place is insane," Malik muttered, his eyes darting around nervously. "I can't even begin to make sense of it." Lyra, however, seemed strangely at home in this chaotic environment. Her connection to the Sunstone and her deep understanding of the ebb and flow of energy allowed her to navigate the shifting landscapes with surprising ease. "We must stay focused," she said, her voice calm and steady. "Nyx is drawing power from this place, twisting it to his will. We need to find the source of his influence and sever it." Following Lyra's lead, we ventured deeper into the unwritten lands, our senses on high alert. The landscape continued to morph and change, presenting us with a series of bizarre and surreal challenges. We navigated a forest of sentient trees, their branches reaching out to ensnare us with alluring promises and seductive illusions. We crossed a bridge made of pure sound, its vibrations threatening to shatter our minds. And we battled creatures born from nightmares, their forms shifting and changing, their attacks unpredictable and relentless. The unwritten lands were testing us, pushing us to the limits of our sanity. They amplified our fears, exploited our weaknesses, and tempted us with our deepest desires. I found myself haunted by visions of my past, tormented by the ghosts of my failures and the regrets of my heart. I saw my mother, Zilla, her face etched with disappointment, her voice whispering accusations of inadequacy. I had to fight to maintain my focus, to resist the allure of despair, and to cling to the hope that still flickered within me. I remembered the words of the scholar, the sacrifices he had made, and the belief he had placed in me. Lyra and Malik faced their own trials, their own demons. They were tempted by power, seduced by pleasure, and threatened by loss. But they remained steadfast in their purpose, supporting each other and never giving up. We learned to adapt to the ever-changing environment, to embrace the chaos, and to harness the power of imagination. We discovered that the unwritten lands were not just a place of danger, but also a source of incredible potential. We could shape the landscape with our thoughts, create weapons from pure energy, and heal our wounds with the power of belief. We became weavers of reality, bending the unwritten lands to our will. As we journeyed deeper, we began to sense Nyx's presence, a dark and oppressive force that radiated outwards, corrupting the landscape and twisting the creatures that inhabited it. We followed the trail of corruption, navigating treacherous paths and battling fearsome enemies, until we finally reached our destination, a desolate wasteland, devoid of color and life, where the very air seemed to scream in agony. In the center of the wasteland stood a towering fortress, constructed from pure darkness, its walls pulsating with malevolent energy. This was Nyx's stronghold, the source of his power, the heart of his corruption. We knew that we had to breach the fortress, confront Nyx, and sever his connection to the unwritten lands. But the fortress was heavily guarded, its defenses impenetrable. We had to find a way to break through, to overcome the darkness, and to reach the light that still flickered within Nyx's soul. And we had to find a way to do that before the City of Flames consumes the rest of the world. The final battle was upon us. Now was the time. Chapter 25. The Fortress of Despair and the Echoes of Choice. The Fortress of Despair loomed before us, a jagged silhouette against the perpetually twilight sky of the unwritten lands. It was more than just a physical structure. It was a manifestation of Nyx's inner turmoil, a reflection of his pain, his anger, and his overwhelming despair. The walls pulsed with a dark energy, and the air around it crackled with a palpable sense of malice. This was the heart of his dominion, the seat of his twisted power. As we approached, the landscape itself seemed to resist our advance. The ground churned beneath our feet. Shadowy figures emerged from the darkness, and the wind howled with tormented voices, all seeking to deter us from our path. Lyra, ever the beacon of hope, raised the sunstone, its light pushing back the darkness and creating a small sphere of safety around us. But even the sunstone's radiance seemed diminished in the face of the fortress's oppressive power. "This place is suffocating," Lyra said, her voice strained. "I can feel Nyx's pain, it's overwhelming." We surveyed the fortress, searching for a weakness, a vulnerability that we could exploit. The walls were impenetrable, the gates were sealed, and the defenses were formidable. "We can't just brute force our way in," Malik said, his brow furrowed in thought. "We need a plan, a strategy. We need to find a way to outsmart him." I closed my eyes, focusing my mind, and channeling the knowledge I had gained from the Forgotten City and the Whispering Woods. I remembered the stories of ambition, betrayal, and unchecked power. I remembered the importance of empathy, compassion, and understanding. I realized that the key to breaching the fortress was not to attack its physical defenses, but to strike at its emotional core. We had to find a way to reach Nyx's heart, to confront him with his past, and to offer him a chance at redemption. "I have an idea," I said, my voice filled with determination. "But it's risky. It will require us to expose ourselves, to make ourselves vulnerable." I explained my plan to Lyra and Malik, outlining the steps we needed to take to infiltrate the fortress and to confront Nyx. They listened intently, their faces etched with concern, but they ultimately agreed to trust my judgment. Following my plan, we approached the fortress gates, unarmed and defenseless. We raised our hands in a gesture of peace, signaling our intention to parley. To our surprise, the gates slowly creaked open, revealing a dark and foreboding passageway that led into the heart of the fortress. A voice echoed from the shadows, a voice that was both familiar and terrifying. "You are persistent," Nyx said, his voice a chilling whisper that seemed to penetrate our very souls. "I admire your courage, but I pity your naivete. You cannot save me. I am beyond redemption." We stepped into the passageway, our hearts pounding in our chests. The walls were lined with shadowy figures, the tormented souls of those who had fallen victim to Nyx's darkness. Their eyes burned with hatred, and their voices echoed with despair. We ignored their taunts, their threats, and their pleas, focusing on the task at hand, reaching Nyx and offering him a chance at salvation. The passageway led us to a vast chamber, its ceiling lost in shadows, its floor a swirling vortex of darkness. In the center of the chamber stood Nyx, his form radiating an aura of immense power. He was surrounded by a legion of shadowy warriors, their faces hidden by masks of pure darkness, their weapons dripping with venom. They stood motionless, silent sentinels, waiting for his command. "You have come far," Nyx said, his eyes fixed on us with a mixture of amusement and contempt. "But you have made a mistake. You cannot change me. I am the darkness, and the darkness will always prevail." I stepped forward, my gaze unwavering. "That's not true, Nyx," I said. "You're not the darkness. You're just a man who has been hurt, a man who has lost his way." I began to tell him about the Forgotten City, about the ambition, betrayal, and unchecked power that had led to its downfall. I told him about the importance of empathy, compassion, and understanding. I shared my own struggles, my own failures, and my own hopes for the future. I told him about my mother, Zilla, and the lessons she had taught me. I told him about Lyra and Malik, and the unwavering support they had given me. As I spoke, I could see a flicker of recognition in Nyx's eyes, a glimmer of humanity beneath the mask of darkness. His grip on his staff loosened, and his shoulders slumped slightly. I knew that I was reaching him, that I was breaking through the barriers he had erected around his heart. But I also knew that I was running out of time. The shadowy warriors began to stir, their weapons raised, their eyes burning with renewed hatred. Nyx's grip on his staff tightened, and the darkness around him intensified. I had to act fast. "You don't have to do this, Nyx," I said, my voice filled with urgency. "You can still choose the light. You can still be a good person." "It's too late," Nyx said, his voice cracking with emotion. "I've done too much. I can never be forgiven." "That's not true," Lyra said, stepping forward. "There is always hope. There is always a chance for redemption." She raised the sunstone, its light shining brightly, and directed its radiance towards Nyx. The light washed over him, burning away the shadows, revealing a glimpse of the man beneath. Nyx screamed in agony, his body convulsing, his spirit wavering. The shadowy warriors charged forward, their weapons poised to strike. Malik stepped in front of me, ready to defend me. All of our journey depended on this moment. Chapter 26: The Turning of the Tide and the Price of Redemption. Malik, with the courage only a true friend could muster, stood between me and the charging shadowy warriors. His makeshift weapons, forged in the fires of the desert and refined through countless battles, were no match for the dark creature's power. Yet, he fought with a ferocity that belied his disadvantage, buying us precious moments, protecting Lyra and me while we focused on Nyx. The chamber erupted in chaos. Lyra, using the sunstone as a shield, warded off attacks from multiple directions, her movements a blur of golden light. Each strike of her blade was a blessing, banishing the darkness, creating openings, and allowing Malik to regroup. I meanwhile continued to speak to Nyx, my voice echoing through the chamber, pleading with him, trying to reach the sliver of light that I knew still existed within him. "You remember Zerzura, don't you?" I shouted, pushing past the sounds of battle. "The oasis, the jinn, the people. You were one of them once, weren't you? Before the darkness consumed you." Nyx flinched, his red eyes flickering with a flicker of recognition, his voice catching in his throat. He struggled against the light, his body contorting as if he were fighting an unseen foe. The shadows around him wavered, and for a brief moment, the image of the scholar, the man I remembered from the temple, appeared, his face a mask of torment. "It's not too late," I pressed on, my voice filled with a desperate hope. "You can still choose the light. You can still choose to remember who you were." The shadowy warriors, sensing Nyx's weakening resolve, attacked with renewed ferocity. Malik was overwhelmed, his shield shattered, and he fell to his knees, wounded. Lyra cried out in concern, momentarily distracted, and a dark tendril lashed out, knocking the sunstone from her grasp. The chamber plunged into darkness, the shadowy warriors closing in. We were surrounded, outnumbered, and outmatched. It seemed the darkness had won. And then something extraordinary happened. Nyx, racked with conflict, looked at us, his red eyes blazing with anger, but also with a hint of recognition. He raised his hands, and the shadowy warriors froze, their movements halting mid-attack. He turned towards me, his voice trembling. "Why? Why are you doing this?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. "Why do you care about me?" "Because I believe in you," I said. "I believe that you're not beyond saving. I believe that you can still choose the light." He looked at Lyra, his gaze shifting from one to the other, as if he were weighing the value of our words against the seductive power of the darkness. Then he made a decision. With a guttural cry, Nyx plunged his staff into the ground. A wave of dark energy erupted, pushing back the shadowy warriors, creating a space around us. But instead of attacking us, he turned the power inward, channeling the energy into himself, fighting against the darkness that consumed him. The chamber shook, the darkness intensified, and Nyx screamed in agony. It was a battle for his soul, a fight against his own demons. The sunstone, responding to the shift in energy, began to glow even brighter, its light piercing the darkness and illuminating Nyx's struggle. It was a dangerous gamble, a desperate act. If Nyx failed to overcome the darkness, he would be destroyed. But if he succeeded, he could be freed and perhaps redeemed. Then silence. The energy subsided, the shadowy warriors vanished, and the chamber became still. The sunstone's light washed over the scene, revealing Nyx, no longer the towering figure of darkness, but a frail, trembling man. His skin was no longer ashen, but pale. His eyes were no longer burning red, but a deep, melancholic blue. He dropped his staff, his body racked with pain and exhaustion. I have chosen," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "I have chosen the light." But as the light bathed him, a dark energy clung to his body, a residual effect of the corruption, a stain that refused to fade. He stumbled, his strength failing him. "We have to help him," Lyra said, hurrying towards him. But as Lyra reached out, he stopped her, his hand raised in a gesture of farewell. "It is too late for me," he said. "The darkness has tainted me too deeply. I cannot be fully healed. I can only—" He paused, searching for the words. "I can only atone." He looked at me, his blue eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Kaelin. Thank you for believing in me." With a final, weak smile, Nyx raised his hands, channeling the last of his energy, the last vestiges of light and darkness, and sent a blast of energy toward the source of the darkness. The power of Nyx was enough to fully erase all traces of darkness. Then he turned his gaze towards the fortress of despair, and with a final effort, he caused the entire fortress to implode. It crumbled into nothingness, its power extinguished, its darkness banished. With a cry of triumph, Nyx faded away, his form dissolving into motes of light. The energy of the fortress, the power of Nyx, was no more. The unwritten lands began to shift, changing as the forces that held the balance were restored. We had succeeded, but at what cost? Epilogue: The dawn of a new weaver. Silence hung heavy in the air after Nyx's sacrifice. The unwritten lands, once a tempestuous sea of chaotic energies, settled into a tranquil reflection of hope and possibility. The fortress of despair, a monument to pain and corruption, was gone, replaced by a gentle, verdant landscape bathed in the soft glow of a nascent dawn. Lyra rushed to Malik's side, tending to his wounds with a practiced hand, her touch infused with the restorative power of the Sunstone. The marks of battle faded quickly, replaced by the healthy flush of renewed vitality. I stood silently, gazing at the spot where Nyx had vanished, my heart filled with a complex mixture of grief, relief, and profound respect. He had been a victim of circumstance, a prisoner of his own darkness, but in the end he had found the strength to choose the light, to sacrifice himself for the greater good. The prophecy, spoken by the scholar in the Temple of the Sun, had come to pass. The Weaver, the Protector, and the Guardian had faced trials beyond imagining, and had made sacrifices beyond measure. But in the end, they had triumphed, restoring the balance and ushering in a new age of light. Or so it seemed. The air shimmered and a figure materialized before us, her form radiant with celestial energy. It was the Oracle of Whispering Woods, her face serene, her eyes filled with wisdom. "You have done well," she said, her voice echoing through the transformed landscape. "You have defeated Nyx, and you have cleansed the unwritten lands. But your journey is not yet over." We looked at her in surprise, our hearts sinking with a sense of foreboding. Had we not done enough? Was there still more to be done? Nyx was not the only source of darkness, the Oracle continued. He was merely a symptom of a deeper malady, a reflection of the negativity and suffering that still plague the world. She explained that the battle against darkness was an ongoing struggle, a continuous process of vigilance and renewal. There would always be challenges to face, temptations to resist, and sacrifices to be made. "The light must be nurtured," she said. "It must be protected from the encroaching shadows, and it must be shared with those who are lost in the darkness." She looked at me, her eyes filled with a knowing gaze. "You, Kaelin, are now more than just the weaver of shifting sands. You have inherited Nyx's power, his connection to the unwritten lands. You are now the guardian of reality, the protector of the balance between light and darkness." My heart skipped a beat. I had never imagined such a responsibility, such a burden. I was just a simple weaver, a storyteller, a dreamer. How could I possibly be capable of protecting the entire world? "But I'm not strong enough," I said, my voice filled with doubt. "I don't have the power to face such a challenge." The Oracle smiled gently. "You are stronger than you think," she said. "You have the courage, the compassion, and the wisdom to fulfill your destiny. And you will not be alone. You have Lyra and Malik, your loyal friends who will stand by you always." She turned to Lyra and Malik, offering them a knowing nod. "You too have a role to play in this new age," she said. "You will serve as beacons of hope, spreading the light to those who need it most." She then handed me a small, smooth stone, its surface shimmering with an ethereal light. "This is the seed of creation," she said. "It contains the power to shape reality, to create new worlds, and to heal the wounded heart of the world. Use it wisely, Kaelin, and never forget the lessons you have learned." With those words, the oracle faded away, leaving us alone in the transformed landscape of the unwritten lands. I looked at Lyra and Malik, my heart filled with a mixture of trepidation and excitement. Our journey was far from over, but we were ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. We left the unwritten lands, stepping back into the ordinary world, but we were no longer the same people who had entered. We were changed, transformed, destined for greatness. As we traveled through the land, we saw the effects of our actions. The corrupted locations were healing. The twisted creatures were returning to their natural forms, and the people were filled with hope. But we also saw the lingering shadows, the pockets of despair, and the seeds of future conflict. We knew that our work was far from over. We continued our journey, sharing the light, healing the wounds, and inspiring hope. We became legends, symbols of courage, compassion, and unwavering faith. And as the years passed, I never forgot the lessons I had learned, the sacrifices I had made, and the responsibility I now carried. I remained the guardian of reality, the protector of the balance between light and darkness, forever vigilant, forever hopeful. For I knew that the dawn of a new age was not just a beginning, but a promise of a world where darkness would always be challenged by the light, where despair would always be overcome by hope, and where the spirit of humanity would forever endure. The tapestry was constantly being rewoven as reality kept changing. Now, I was ready to weave the future. The end.